session. Today we have four technical sessions. The first session will be uh, given by Dr. Rakesh Tomar. He is the professor and head of King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia. His title of presentation is Protein and Exercise Understanding the Most Fascinating Nutrient. So it would be a very, knowledgeable session, and this session will be chaired by our worthy Deputy Director of Post Punjab University, Chandigarh, Dr. Rakesh Malik ji. So in technical session 2, we have one of the renowned speaker. We have Dr. Gurmeet Singh. He is also from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Presently, he is working as professor and chairman Department of Physical Education, Punjab University, Chandigarh. And his topic of presentation will be personal fitness, improving health through exercise. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Reena Punia, Associate Professor and Deputy Director, Manipal University, Jaipur. In third technical session, we have Dr. Monica Wama from Sirsa, Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa. He is working there as a professor and head in Department of Physical Education, and her topic of presentation is mental health and wellness. The chairperson for this session will be Dr. Neelam Sharma, Professor and COD, Department of Physical Education, Lovely Professional University, Phagwara. The last session today we have with Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal. He is a very dynamic, young, energetic physical educationist from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. The topic of his presentation is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian sports, physical activity and wellness. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Hari Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. So, friends, at the last, we have some paper presentation sessions as well. So, please be with us. And after paper presentation, we have the valedictory ceremony, valedictory address, and vote of thanks. Hope you have. Hope you will be with us throughout this session, and near about we have 5 minutes left. So please check your devices, check your mics, check your the webcams. If you have any queries, once again I request you just put your question on chat box so we can pick it up, and we can give your query to the honorable speakers. Thank you so much.
Backstop share.
So on behalf of management committee, organizing team, principal, G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, I welcome Dr. Rakesh Malik, Deputy Director, Punjab University, Chandigarh, Dr. Rakesh Tomar, he is with us from Saudi Arabia, Dr. Reena Punia from Jaipur. Namaskar, ma'am. We have still 2 minutes left. I hope there are, I think, 168 participants have joined. So we have to wait a couple of more minutes because our launch time is 10 o'clock. Thank you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So we are welcome you on the second day of this international webinar. Now, in very first technical session, we have Dr. Rakesh Tomar from King Fahad University, Saudi Arabia. And for their introduction, I would like to invite our Deputy Director, Sports, Punjab University, Chandigarh, our worthy Dr. Rakesh Malik ji, for his introduction. Dr. Rakesh Malik ji, can you hear me? Dr. Rakesh Malik ji, mute करो. Dr. Rakesh Malik ji.
Very good morning, sir.
Very good morning, Dr. Rakesh. Welcome to the international webinar on the second day.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for inviting me and acknowledging to be a part of this international webinar organized by my own college, G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar. It's really a matter of proud for me that I'm a part of this international webinar. First of all, on my personal behalf as well as on behalf of Untitled Sports Punjab University, I will really acknowledge and congratulations to all the Sadhar family, especially the president of the College Management Committee, Sadhar Manjeet Singh Gill, Honorable Secretary, Governing Council, Dr. S.S. Singh, Principal Professor Jaswant Singh Ji, my elder brother, Shri Tajinder Singh Sidhu, other IQC coordinator, Dr. Rajinder Singh, my brother Manohar Lal, and my younger brother Baljinder Singh, and other faculty members. It's really a matter of proud for everybody that you have conducted this international webinar on health and issue in this very called strange period for the whole of the world. And I, on my personal behalf as well as on behalf of the Department of Sports, also welcome all the August gathering and welcome to our honorable speaker of the day, Dr. Rakesh Tomar ji, PhD. He belongs from the King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals. Today he is going to speak on the very relevant topic of the present scenario, that is protein and exercises, understanding the most fascinating nutrients. So we welcome you, sir, on this special webinar. Dr. Rakesh Tomar is a very energetic, eminent professor in the field of sports sciences. He is working as a research scientist, applied nutrition, and marathon runner also. He has very long experience of teaching as well as management skills. He has 22 years of teaching and research experiences. Out of this 22 years, 15 years abroad. And he has a very vast experience of as a visiting professor. He has visited 55 countries all over the world. really matter of proud for all of us, sir. And he conquered mighty Khardungla Pass by cycle, highest motorable road in the world. Really, very appreciable, sir. Completed cycling expeditions, Manali Leh, 15 days, 700 kilometers at the height of 6,000 feet. Apart from that, his key highlighted areas are he visited Northwest University, South Africa for collaboration. He also visited All State University in Dana, USA for celebration, invited a visiting scholar, West Virginia, USA, fellowship in applied nutrition, fellowship in sciences. From that, he has awarded so many awards and rewards. He got award for outstanding services at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral Science at Saudi Arabia. Award for passion and devotion by 7th Asian Conference on Kinesiology, Asian Korea. Award Certificate of Excellence for Outstanding Presentation by Western Society of Kinesiology and Wellness Conference, Reno, USA. Recipient of National Teacher Award, Delhi, India. Award for Commendable Services in Sports, Doha, Qatar. First rank fellowship in Sports Sciences, Apollo Hospital, Delhi. Gold medalist in Master of Physics Sports Sciences at University of Delhi. Gold medalist Physics University of Delhi. Nominated for President Gold Medal Award of University of Delhi. Appointed psychologist twice in the interview board of CRPF 58 Battalion in 2001, India. That has a very long, what do you call, biota resume. If I'm going to read one by one, it will I think take more than 15 minutes. So I don't want to waste the times of the eminent August gathering, and I want to feel very acknowledged and feeling very happy to listen our honorable speaker of the day, Dr. Rajesh Tomarji. So next, I request you, Sri Rajesh Tomarji, kindly proceed with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh Malik ji, for giving a nice introduction for me and chairing this session. So I am also honored, for you chairing my session. Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all the participants, all the listeners who are present here. And thank you so much, the entire organizing team, of this webinar. And special thanks to Dr. Manohar Lal ji, who is organizing this webinar. And thanks one and all. So without taking much time, let me just straight go to my presentation. And before that, let me just share my screen with you. Just give me a moment. And I hope my screen is visible. Anyone can confirm?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, it's all good. Thank you so much. So this is the second day of this webinar, and I can see that still there is a lot of enthusiasm, in the participant. And this is really a great, great sign, that people want to learn, and we are here for that. So my topic will be protein and exercise, understanding the most fascinating nutrient. And when we talk about nutrition, when we talk about nutrients, like carbohydrate, protein, fat, or other vitamins and minerals. So protein is generally, which is, given a lot of importance, by many people, whether you are a sportsman, or you are an elite athlete, you are in bodybuilding, or you are even a common man. Anybody who is going to the gym, everybody talks about the protein. It is so much talked, nutrient. Even, when I have heard, and there are so many myths and misconceptions basically about this nutrient. Many people think that we need so much of protein, and actually it is not like that. I have many experiences, and many of you also have the same experience who are dealing in, sports science and dealing with, exercise and fitness. Many students, or even many people, my colleagues, my, friends who knows me that I am in this field, they come to me. Suppose if they want to plan, they start exercising, they start going gym. So even before they go to the gym, they tell me, teacher, from tomorrow, I'll be, starting my gym. I am going to do some exercises, weight training and all. So what should I take in protein, and how can I take my protein? Can I take this supplement? Can I take that supplement? So what I want to say is that people, even before they begin the exercise, they start talking about the protein, which is something very, very wrong, basically, that this is the first thought come in the mind of everyone, that you begin exercise and you need protein immediately, like that. So it's not like that. So I will be, talking about, all this scenario, that how much protein actually you need, and how you can very easily fulfill the requirement of your protein through your daily balanced diet. And I will also throw a light, on that why it is not necessary to have supplements. Supplements are not actually required until and unless you are protein deficient, and until unless you are on it is given to you on a medical advice. So we'll discuss that in detail. So let me just begin with to make you understand what is protein. So in human body, proteins are part of every cell and tissues, including our muscles. We know that, right? And our bodies are constantly recycling proteins on a daily basis. So this is like a cycle which happens every day. So the proteins that we eat in our diet can be used to replace the broken down proteins in order to maintain the balance. And that's why we say that protein is basically a bodybuilding food or nutrient, we can say that. So it is required every day for your wear and tear, for maintenance of tissues, and of course for your building of muscles. Okay. So protein can be found in relatively high concentrations in the following food. These are the following foods in which you can get relatively high concentrations of protein. You will get protein in many other foods also, but in these the concentrations is relatively high. So like you can get in a good amount in all kind of meats, poultry and fish. You can get in legumes like dry beans and peas. In the tofu, is if you are a vegetarian, you don't like to go for non-vegetarian food. In the eggs, there's a lot of protein. Nuts, all kinds of nuts and seeds are very good source of protein. And none, I always prefer the milk. The milk and milk products are also a very great and good source of protein. Okay. And other than that, all the grains, the whole grains which you're eating, all the grains are also a good source of protein. So the grains actually are very good food. They not only give you a protein, they give you good carbohydrate also. The whole grains gives you a very good carbohydrate, and they provide necessary fat also at the same time. So grains are also very good source of basically all these nutrients, and even some vegetables and fruits can also provide you protein in smaller quantity. Okay, so and here are some practical equivalents in common food. Like if you want to know, sometimes you eat something and you don't know actually how much protein is there, and that's where actually the supplements come. That's why we go for the supplements, because in supplements you will know that if you take one spoon of protein powder, you know that how much protein you have taken. But generally for a common man, if you take some serving of a food, you may not be knowing that, and that's why many times people, they prefer to go for supplements because they give you the exact quantity, right? But here are some practical guidelines on your screen. Like 1 cup of a milk has around 8 grams of protein. So from now onwards, you see that how much protein you are eating if according to the quantity of milk you are taking. Similarly, in 1 cup of soy milk has about 7 grams of protein. One egg, a normal large egg, will give you 6 grams of protein, and 85 gram piece of meat has around 21 grams of protein. On the other hand, if you are having 1 cup of dry bean, it gives you around 16 grams of protein. And if you see a yogurt or curd, basically, if you see a packed one, around 200 grams of curd will give you 11 grams of protein. And all these foods generally we are taking in our daily, in our daily diet. So we are very much actually fulfilling our requirements of protein through our daily food if we are eating a balanced diet. Now, there is basically a misguided message. As I said, the protein is a very fascinating nutrient. Everybody talks about nutrient, whether you are a sports lover or you are not a sports lover. Even everyone, especially the youth, the kids, the grown-up kids, adolescents. So they are very much attracted towards the protein. So the message is that if you want to build muscles, eat a lot of protein. This is what everyone thinks, and that's what I said, that when people start going to the gym, before even they start their weight training sessions, they start talking about the protein and how much protein you have to eat. But this is not actually true. You need a balanced diet, a balanced quantity of protein, not too much of protein. So the truth is that basically it's a weight training. It's your training exercises, like lifting your heavy weight, your other resistance training exercises, which will build your and which will strengthen your muscles, not just eating excess of protein. So first train yourself and then think of taking the protein, right? So if you consume more protein than you need, so you will simply burn more protein as a fuel source. So don't get confused with eating a lot of protein, because excess of protein will not give you any benefit in terms of building your muscles. Simply, if you eat the excess protein, it will be burned as a fuel. Remember, it will be burned only as a fuel. It won't be used for building of your muscles. Body will take only the required amount of protein. The excess protein will not be of any use to you, in terms of building muscles. So that should be very clear to those who are into this into the exercise and sports. Now there is also a confusion which is that what is the best diet for building your muscles. So when you work out in a weight room, or you normally hear that you need to consume lots of chicken, breast, eggs, white, plus drink protein shakes between the meals and so on. And this I also hear whenever I go to the gym. I see many people, many students, they come with something in their hand. They are drinking some protein shakes during the exercise. So many things are there that people think when they exercise, they drink. Uh, there's a disturbance going around. Can you unmute those people? Yeah, please unmute others. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And when you hang around in the aerobic or the cardio area, you hear that you need drink, you need to eat a lot of carbohydrate rich sweet potatoes, oatmeals, brown rice, and so on. So this is what, if you go to the gym, you have to eat a lot of protein. If you are in a cardio, you have to eat a lot of carbohydrate. This is what people think, but actually, this is not true. You don't have to eat a lot of anything. You have to be, eating a balanced diet. So what basically you should be doing is that the carbohydrate rich grains, fruits and vegetables are indeed the best foundation of every type of training program. Don't just focus on the protein. Even if you're building your muscles, even if you are a bodybuilder, whatever you are, carbohydrates, fruits and vegetables are indeed the best foundation for every training program. So they are the first one to be consumed, because that's from that's where you get the required energy. Even does need a carbohydrate based diet. Don't forget that. Even that bodybuilders need a carbohydrate based diet, because carbohydrate is stored in the muscles for energy. So you cannot lift weights. You cannot lift and demand a lot from your workout sessions if your muscles are carbohydrate depleted. So protein will not do anything at that moment. At that moment, you only need carbohydrate to lift those weights, right? So the protein based diets, if you are concentrating on high protein based diets, basically they lack in carbohydrate. So when you go for these commercial diets, when people are going for the commercial diets and commercial advice, remember, focus, I'm saying the commercial, I'm not saying, the expert advice. So when you are going on the commercial based advised and commercial based diets both, they are this protein, which are rich in protein, they are low in carbohydrate, and they provide inadequate muscle fuel for you to perform the hard exercise required to build your potential. So don't forget to take enough carbohydrate and take too much protein. Okay. Now, so what are the requirements? So this is the question you must be, thinking, that how much protein then you need every day, and if you're exercising, how much protein you need. So let's, drill on it. So first of all, there is no scientific evidence to suggest that protein exceeding 2 grams per kg of your body weight will provide an additional advantage to you. There is no additional advantage. So if you are, for example, if you are 70 kilo, your weight is 70, then you need maximum 140 grams of protein in a day, not more than that. If you are taking anything above 140, there is no additional advantage. Mark my word, there is no additional advantage, and this has been proven by research, and there is no evidence to prove that basically that you get additional advantage. That extra protein will be excreted through your systems and will put unnecessary strain on your on your organs like kidneys. Okay, so there is no evidence that taking a protein supplement on top of an adequate diet, like if you are taking a good balanced diet, like 1 grams per kg of your body weight, the protein. So there's no evidence if you take supplement over your on and above your adequate diet will enhance muscle strength or size. No, nothing. So if you are having an adequate diet, there is no requirement of protein supplements. You are just wasting your money and just taking the excess protein. So it is not at all required. The advantage of getting protein from the the advantage of this food is that, so when you take the protein from these natural foods, basically they contain, all these foods contain protein the way nature intended. Okay, as well as yet unknown bioactive compounds. This is very important. So when you take protein from the natural foods, you are taking so many unknown bioactive compounds that might influence your muscle growth. So still many things is still not discovered. So when you take the natural foods, they are containing so many bioactive compounds that can actually help in the muscle growth. So always the natural food should be the first preference. Even if you are elite athletes, I always say, even if you're elite athletes, it is not required for you to have the supplements if you can fulfill your requirement by your adequate diet. Okay. So what are the requirements again, when we further talk about the bodybuilders? If you know that physiques of the bodybuilder is not because of the excessively high amounts of protein. So we get confused that the bodybuilders are strong because of they take a lot of protein. It's not like that. It is because of their intense training. So this is the message to the youth, because they are confused and misguided, by the proteins. And many gyms owners, when people who are involved, in this industry, they are misguiding people, because whenever the commercial angle is involved, I always say, whenever in any advice there's a commercial angle involved, I'm not saying in any case, but to some extent, to a great even extent, the ethics and morality is compromised, because you want results very fast. That's the main problem. That's why people go towards this, supplements, and other things, because of the fast results that you want to achieve in a very short time. But when you want to achieve certain things in a very short time, you will be compromising on your health. You may be, getting success. Of course, you may get success in a short time, but you will compromise your health. So getting success at the cost of your health does not matter, does not make sense. So think before, you involve in those practices. Now, as I said, the bodybuilders work incredibly hard. They prefer a high protein diet. Why they prefer? Because protein not only builds and protects their muscles, but also keep them away from feeling hungry when they are cutting on calories, because they want to cut on their calories. They don't want to take high calories, because if they will take high calories, they will accumulate some fat between the skin and the muscles, and they will not be able to display their muscles properly. So they have the different agenda. So don't go look at the bodybuilders. They have the different agenda. They have the different goals. They are doing it for some specific target. Their target is to show their muscles, to build their muscles in a very short period of time. So we don't have to exactly follow what others are doing, basically. So you have to see your own, on what are your targets, what are your goals, and why you want to build your muscles. So don't overconsume proteins. Now, these are the protein recommendations for various people. Now, if you are a sedentary adult, it means you are not doing anything. You are just going to the office, coming back to home, and doing your normal activities, then you don't need more than 0.8 gram of protein. It means if you're 70 kilo, you just need 56 gram of protein in a day. That's you will, and most of the time, if you're taking a good diet, you are consuming more than this requirement. I will give you the examples later on how you are doing that. Now, if you are involved in a recreational exercise, you are going to the parks, you're going to jogging, to do some light exercises, okay, then you need again from 1.1 to 1.6 gram of protein according to your body weight. So still it is not more than 1.6. For endurance athletes, it is also the maximum limit is 1.6. And you can see here, I don't want to list everyone, but if you see, the maximum is 2 grams per kg of your body weight. So this is the 2 grams is a maximum requirement, whatever, game you are playing, whatever profession you are, whatever event you are, whether you're elite athlete or bodybuilder, that's the maximum limit you need to have the proteins. So again, those who are involved in this, these activities, rethink and see how much protein you are taking. Now, this is an example, like if you are a 64 kg endurance athlete, then you will be requiring roughly around 84 grams of protein, okay? And this is something close to my weight. I'm 67 to 68 kilo, okay? So I need around, because I'm involved in a lot of, nowadays I'm running marathons and long distance running. So this is my requirement of protein around 90 grams. And I make sure that I don't take in any point of time, I don't increase it to more than 100 gram, okay? So a very easy way to assess whether you are getting the adequate protein or not is, to see that just add, whatever meal you're taking. Like if you're taking a good protein, rich meals, just add 2 cups of milk over it. So if you add 2 cups of milk over it, over the protein rich food you are taking, you can make sure that you are taking the required amount of protein. Very simple. You don't have to calculate anything. Just with your good protein diet, add 2 extra cups of milk. 2 extra cups means it is equals to, like, 1 cup is around something 200 to 250 ml. Okay. And for the growing teenagers who are like in the teenage and who are just coming into the bodybuilding, the novice bodybuilders, they can add another 2 cup of milk over and over that. So another 480 ml of milk. So you can easily fulfill the requirement of protein by doing that. So if you think that you need supplements, still if you are thinking and this is on your mind that you need supplements that advertise better, basically why we go for supplement, because their advertisement is better. They project themselves in a more attractive way. Like you will find them protein digestibility, bioavailability, and so many words they write. They are very attractive products, okay, and that's why we get lured towards those supplements. But in an overall well-balanced diet, still I'm saying in an overall well-balanced diet, engineered proteins offers, engineered means these supplements, these engineered proteins offers no advantages over standard protein rich foods. So go for a standard protein rich foods than these commercials. Now this is some of the foods which give you the protein. So you can, if you want, you can take a screenshot of this. This is for your reference. So I'm not going to go in detail for this. And now if you compare the protein powders versus protein rich foods, like how, as I was talking about, the protein rich foods are better than the supplements and the protein powders. Even if you look at the cost wise, the cost wise also, the protein rich foods are cheaper compared to these protein powders, and the supplements. And they offer, if you can see in this, in this table, they offer no added advantage in terms of the protein they have. If we go for this power bar, which is very common and very popular, among all the bodybuilders and sportsmen, the power bar, which is a protein plus, this is a brand. It contains 32 grams of protein and it costs you around something $2.19. I'm just mentioning this in dollars because this is the reference what I get. And if you compare this with 1 liter of milk, the 1 liter of milk, the non-fat 1 liter milk also gives you the same quantity of protein, but the cost is very less. So even the cost wise also, the protein rich foods offer advantage over the protein powders. So there is no requirement. I have never taken, believe me, and many of us are not taking the protein supplements. Even when I'm going to gym, I'm involved in a heavy resistance training. I did some resistance training long back. I never use any supplements. So we have so many protein rich foods that you can fulfill the requirements of your body. Now let's discuss some myths and truth about the protein. So the first is that you have a daily need for protein. Yes, this is a truth. This is not a myth, that you have a daily need for protein. So if you think that you can take a protein rich diet just once or twice a week and you will fulfill the requirement, it's not like that. You need to have every day. It's a daily requirement, is very important. For optimum muscle building, eat 20 to 25 grams of protein at each meal. So every meal you're taking, whether you're taking a breakfast, you're taking a lunch, or you're taking a dinner, in every meal you should have around 20 to 25 grams of protein. So this is very important. Remember this word I will be discussing later on when we talk about how much, why too much protein is bad. Now, this is basically in contrast to the standard pattern of having very little protein at breakfast. Normally, when we take our breakfast, we don't take that much protein. It is normally rich in carbohydrates. We take the bakery products, the bread and pasta and other things. So make sure that in breakfast also you take 20 to 25 grams of protein. Okay. So normally in our food, the breakfast and lunch, we take less proteins, and normally, every one of us generally take a huge, good amount of protein in our dinner. So which is a wrong concept. So you have to eat protein uniformly throughout the day. Okay. Now the too much protein, basically, if you fill your stomach with too much protein, you won't be fueling your muscles with carbohydrates. So again, there's a question. If you are taking too much protein, then you will be deficient on carbohydrate, because you will be, not taking enough carbohydrates, so which is again wrong. So you will not be able to do well in your training. So your body can consume, remember, your body can consume only 20 to 25 grams of proteins at one time. So at one moment, you can only consume that much protein. If you take anything more than this, it will be a waste. It will be used only as a fuel, by your body. So that means that if you eat, say, for example, 250 grams of a chicken breast, in 250 grams of chicken breast, you will roughly get around 70 grams of protein. So if you're taking a dinner, in your dinner, you're taking that much, like if you're talking about a chicken breast, so you will be burning that extra protein only as a fuel, and it will be stored as a fat also. So basically, don't eat more than 20 to 25 grams of protein at one time. So think again if you're doing so. Okay. And even if you're not following the advice and you still continue to take high protein, make sure that you are taking enough, fluids, and water, so that you can, your kidneys will be able to process it, smoothly. Now, proteins and amino acids, we know that, when we talk about proteins, amino acids, is always there, because that's what basically we want. We want to take amino acids through these proteins, right? And we know that there are 21 amino acids. From there, 8 of them are essential for the kids, and others, which are called basically the essential amino acids, which comes from the foods basically you eat. So there is another, because you will see many products which will say, okay, take this amino acid, take that amino acids, they are also coming in pharmacies. So to date, again, there is no scientific evidence which indicates that individual amino acids have a bodybuilding effect. It's not about the one amino acid. So taking extra branch chain amino acids, such as large doses of, ornithine and arginine, will not make your muscles bigger or stronger. So your body needs all essential amino acids to make new muscles, and natural food provides the proper balance of all amino acids. So go for the natural foods again. Okay. Now, if you are a vegetarian, you don't eat the animal-based food, basically, then there are questions that those who are vegetarians, they lack in protein. It's not true. So even if you're vegetarian, you can get, the enough and required protein. And if you see many elite athletes, they are turning vegan, starting from the Djokovic, to Virat Kohli, and some point of time, Usain Bolt also has been vegan. So many players at some point of time, when they reach at the high level, they turn to be vegan, because that offers a quality protein basically, and you get yourself free from, like cholesterol and other high fat, which comes along with the animal proteins. Okay. But the main thing is that if you are a vegetarian and if you are a vegan, you should consume the variety of food. So important thing is, if you are taking protein from the plant-based source, you must consume the variety of foods, which is very important. And the dairy foods, basically dairy foods like milk and all the milk products, they are a very good source of taking the protein. Okay. Now there are some questions about the dairy food, but still the recent studies, all the research, if you see about the majority of research, they have failed to find a connection between the dairy fat and heart disease. Many people say that if you take milk, you get heart disease and stroke and all, but still there is no very clear evidence about that. So still we can go with that. Okay. As I said, when if you are a vegan, you get the protein from the rice, you get protein in your beans, in your pastas, in lentils, nuts, fruits. vegetables and other plant-based foods, which basically they all have proteins, but they are incomplete if you take only one of them. So you have to combine, all these vegetable sources so that you can get all essential amino acids. So it's important for a vegetarian to have, the variety of foods, and they should always add a drink, a milk basically, to their food and diet to get that required protein. Okay, and this is some example of the for a vegan diet. This is how with this diet you can easily get the required amount of protein. You can take a screenshot because I am running out of time. So let me just go to the next slide. Now again the question comes: athletes who choose to eat vegan diet will hurt their ability to perform well. It's not true. We feel that those vegan athletes or vegetarian athletes, they will not be able to perform well. It's totally myth and untrue, and we have so many success stories of different athletes from Sushil Kumar to many others at world level, so who are equally successful even if you are a vegan or you are a vegetarian. Okay, as I said, the beans and lentils offer protein, which also offer carbohydrate for the muscle fuel. So this advantage of the vegan is that basically you get, along with the protein, you also get the required amount of carbohydrate. So which is an additional advantage for the vegans. Now the protein supplements are so popular that they must be better than real foods. Again, this is a myth that, as I said before also, that protein supplements are not actually better than the real foods. So this is a myth basically. The real food and your standard foods are better than the protein supplements. Okay. And again, also the protein supplements are not whole food. Remember, they are not the whole food. They are just, they just give you only protein, and they fail to offer a complete protein. So use them to, even if you are using them supplements, many people, even if we give advice, you will not follow. So even if you are using the supplements, you have to, use those supplements along with your proper protein rich food and rich in diet. So eating wisely is very, very important. And as I said, your body needs only, remember, your body needs only 20 to 25 grams of protein in one dose, in one meal, not more than that. So don't take more than 20 grams of protein in one meal. That extra protein will be of no advantage to you. And there are a lot of studies, which have proven that. Now the nutrient timing, it is very important. So when you eat your proteins is very, very important. So consume high quality protein with all essential amino acids like milk, yogurt in proximity to the exercise, followed by a protein containing meals and in an even distribution throughout the day. So it's important you eat uniformly throughout the day, and you can eat in a proximity to your exercise. So a 45-minute window is very important. So you must take your protein within the 45 minutes of your finishing your exercise. So that is a time where your muscles and your body needs that required protein. So don't miss that, that window. Okay, it's very important. Now, what you should eat before the weight training, basically when you're going for weight training. So, and there are also research which shows that pre-exercise protein can also reduce the muscle breakdown that happens during exercise. So if you eat, the protein before the exercise, before exercise means not just a few minutes, it's like, maybe around before 90 minutes, the exercise. So this will help, to reduce the muscle breakdown which happens during the exercise. So it's important to have protein before the exercise. Okay. And that's why I said eating protein uniformly throughout the day is very, very important. Okay. And after you finish your weight training, after you finish your exercise, the 45-minute window, as I said, is very important. So you should not miss, your protein within the 45 minutes of finishing your exercise. So that can help you to basically refill, the stores, within your body, whether it's energy stores or your protein stores, and the required necessary, your vitamins and minerals, which also are equally important. Okay. And the last slide, is about quick and slow proteins. So there is again, something which says about that these are the slow proteins and that are the quick proteins. So when we talk about the whey protein is very common nowadays. Whey is basically when you remove the liquid from the, from the milk and the fat, you separate that. So that's the whey. So whey is around 20% of the protein found in the milk and is digested and quickly absorbed into the bloodstream. That's why whey is gaining a lot of popularity nowadays. Okay. On the other hand, the other form of protein, which is a casein, which is in the milk, makes up around 80% of milk's protein, is slowly absorbed. So the casein is a slow protein and whey is a fast or quick protein. Okay. And but it does not mean that whey is better than the casein. They both are equally good and they both have their own advantage. So if you're looking for the quick absorption, the whey is good option. On the other hand, casein also supplies a long-lasting and sustained source of amino acids, and it is also important in muscle building process and bedtime. So that's why when you're going for a bedtime before sleeping, casein can enhance the availability of amino acids throughout the night. Okay, and with this, I would like to conclude in this last slides that basically the milk offers both rapid and extended protein activity in the body. Milk and powdered milk are good alternatives to the expensive protein supplements. Mark my words, the milk and powdered milk are good alternatives to the expensive protein supplements. They offer protein the way nature intended, as well as possible bioactive compounds. And remember that whey powders, if you are only going for the whey powders, the whey protein is often lack the carbohydrate. It often lacks the carbohydrate which is needed to refuel the muscles. Hence, when we go for like the chocolate milk with carbohydrate plus protein can be a better recovery choice than a carbohydrate-free protein. With this last line, I conclude again that the chocolate milk with carbohydrate plus protein can be the better recovery choice than a carbohydrate-free protein shake. Okay. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk here, and thank you so much for giving me a patience, hearing. Over to the moderator for the session.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. It's a really very fascinating, elaborating, and sensitization and knowledgeable as well as enlightened session by Gurusar. All the guest gathering will definitely enrich with this presentation that which you have elaborated in your presentation. You very well explained about the no need of extra protein that is above 2 grams per kg. You very well talk about the natural protein, which is yet known as the biotic compounds. And you very well explained about the protein requirements for the bodybuilder as well as for the normal students. That bodybuild is due to exercise, not due to protein, basically. And in a very simple manner, you have explained that add 2 cups of milk will definitely complete all the protein requirements. And for athlete, it is just more 2 cups of milk. And very well important rich food. And you have also explained very well about the ratio of carbohydrate and proteins. And it's really very enlightened for everybody that you are regarding the 45 minutes window for protein intake. As well as last, you focus on the milk intake, which is definitely a Indian traditional diet for everybody. So apart from this presentation, from the side, I would like to ask this question to your good self. One question is that whether soya is not good for health, it had a bad effect on testosterone. Is one question from the participants.
Just can you say again? It has a bad effect on. I could not heard that word.
Soya is not good for health. The question is whether soya is good for health or not.
Okay.
He again remarked that it had a bad effect on testosterone.
Okay, it's not exactly.
Just want to inquire about that.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your question. Because soya is, again, a very good source of protein. So there is no conclusive evidence, which says that soya is not a good protein and is not good for the health. And it is still recommended, as one of the good source of protein, especially for the people who are vegans, who are following a, vegan diet. Because there are many people, when we talk about vegetarian, it means that you are taking a dairy food. So when we say vegan means you are not even drinking the milk. So those people who are not drinking the milk, they are just following a complete vegan diet, complete plant-based diets, removing the animal products like milk also. For them, the soya is a very good source of protein. The soya milk is very popular. So there is no conclusive evidence which says that soya has a bad effect on health. So this is not true actually. It's maybe misconceived information. Thank you so much.
Sir, There's one another question regarding the white hairs. Could you able to suggest any dietary methods or some dietary input from your side that which help in reducing the white hair? The question is whether the diet is improving the color of the hair. Is such type of question in the chat box.
Color of hair. So diet is improving the color of hair. I cannot. I
Yes,
don't think any
white
food
hair.
will help you to affect the color of hair. So I get white colors now. So I wish I can have some food by which I can make my colors black again. So these are all
Sir,
maybe yeah.
maybe the question is related with the aging factor. So
Yeah,
the
aging factor.
person
Yeah.
wants to,
Yeah, so basically you have to eat a well-balanced diet, but there is no specific food. If you say that if you eat a specific food or if you eat a specific protein, it will help you. If you're talking about hair, it's okay. But of course, the aging. If you're eating a well-balanced diet, if you're taking a proper protein, of course, this will have an effect on your aging. So your aging will be delayed if you are taking a good quantity of protein. Of course, if you are on deficient of protein, you will age faster. Of course.
thank you, sir. And at time, we have present on behalf of that sports as we have G. Khalsa Gurusar Sadhar. Thanks to for such an elaborative presentation from your side. You definitely enlighten all the August gathering. Now over to Dr. Bajinder Singh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh ji, for chairing the session. You are always an inspiration for us. I would like to say that in your guidance, Punjab University has won the Maka Trophy and the first Khelo India Trophy. You have a very good team with Dr. Parminder Singh, your good self, Neeru ma'am, Dolly ma'am, and all director of sports staff. So thank you so much for chairing this wonderful session, and I would like to thank from core of my heart to Dr. Rakesh Tomarji, who has spare their valuable time from Saudi Arabia to attend this international conference. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baljinder. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
So now we would like to move on the second technical session of the day. For that we have Dr. Gurmeet Singh, the chairperson of Punjab University Chandigarh. I would like to say that he is a very dynamic personality. He is a good sports person and as well as a good mentor. For further introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Reena Punia, Associate Professor, Manipal University. Dr. Reena Punia has working as an Associate Professor and Deputy Director Physical Education in Manipal University, Jaipur. She was the head of Department of Physical Education at JCRC University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. She has several, the research paper and quality books to her credit. And Dr. Reena Punia is the recipient of several awards, and he is she is working now as an associate professor in Manipal University. Dr. Reena Punia, on behalf of organizing committee, I welcome you to the second day of international webinar that has been proudly conducted by G.H.G. Khalsa College Gurusar Sadhar in collaboration with PEFI. So I request you to introduce our speaker, Dr. Gurmeet Singh, Chairperson and Professor, Punjab University, Chandigarh.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good morning to all. First of all, my heartiest congratulations to organizing team under the able leadership of Dr. Manohar Lalji, sir, for promoting sports culture in the country. Please keep on organizing such high quality programs for benefit of the experts and professionals working in the universities and colleges by collaborating with experts of high caliber from all over the world. I would like to thank the organizing team, especially Manohar Lalji and Gurmeet Sarji, for inviting me and giving me such a great opportunity to share my views as a chairperson of the session. It is my great pleasure to introduce today's eminent speaker, Professor Gurmeet Singh Ji. Professor Gurmeet Singh Ji right now is the professor in the Department of Physical Education, Punjab University, Chandigarh. And at presently, he is the chair of the department, chairperson of the department. He was also director of sports in Punjab University from 2012 to 13. His area of research is sports training, positive psychology, yoga, and sports biomechanics. Under his supervision, many PhD degree are awarded, and he also guided many MPhil theses, and Professor Singh have published more than 50 papers in national and international journals, and he is very prominent speakers in national and international conference seminars as a keynote speakers and invited speakers. And Professor Singh also member of many international bodies of physical education and sports sciences. Professor Singh, it is my pleasure to invite you as a speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reena, for this brief introduction. And I really thank to Professor Manohar and Guru G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, for inviting me to deliberate on this uh, occasion. And really, it's a good initiative by the college and the physical education staff of G.H.G. Khalsa College that this type of webinar, you know that due to this pandemic, everybody is organizing, and it's very fruitful also and very valuable also for the listeners, for the people, and for the physical education people, those who are students, those who are away from the offline classes. And these webinars are definitely knowledgeable and very important for the students as well also. So today is my talk on personal fitness. As you know that I have chosen this topic because now due to this COVID-19, we need personal fitness to at least we can improve our immune system. So it is very important, this person, how you can improve. So you can improve your health through these type of exercises. And personal fitness, everybody, I think in physical education, those people are involving in physical education, those who are teaching in physical education, those person, they know about what is fitness, what is personal fitness. They are doing some type of a personal fitness, but at the same time we are ignoring, we are not doing regular training. You know that regular physical activity, we are not doing regular physical activity, which is very important. So this lecture actually will cover the performance benefits of physical activity. So facts about fitness and sports performance. This is when we talk about these are the key issues about sports and work performance. So it is important that students distinguish between the amounts of activity needed for health and fitness. Very important. So fact about fitness and sports performance: high level performance is not needed for health and enjoyment from the activity. This is true. High level fitness is only required for the athletes, serious athletes, those who, because high level fitness performance in sports requires more rigorous training than is needed in health. For controlling the health, for the improving the health, you need just do regular physical activity. You can improve your health. But high level performance is more dependent on good genetics than the health, but requires both health and skill related fitness. So both the sides. So there is a relationship between fitness and performance. Actually, this diagram shows the theoretical relationship between health-related fitness and skill-related fitness. So for health, you need only training and health-related, working on health-related fitness components. You will improve health. But when you want high-level performance, then you have to work on both health-related fitness and then skill-related. Can I think आवाज आ रही है थोड़ी सी, प्लीज जो म्यूट कर दें कोई अपना माइक को तो ज्यादा बढ़िया रहेगा. अगर किसी का माइक ऑन है तो माइक थोड़ा सा म्यूट कर दे. So the skill related fitness in which you need practice, you are working on these 6 skill related fitness components, and you will achieve the high level of this performance. So dimension of health related fitness, these are the some dimensions. These are the primary dimensions of health related fitness. Each have a direct relationship with improving health. Cardiovascular fitness, when we talk about cardiovascular fitness, straightway we talk about our heart. Then muscular endurance, which is very important. For daily routine work, you need muscular endurance. Then muscle strength and flexibility, then body composition. So these are the dimensions of health related fitness. And these are the 6 skill related fitness dimensions. They actually each improve the person's ability to do sports, but have a little to do with the health. So this is ability to do sports. A persons can improve their ability. So they are also tied closely to your genetics also. When we talk about skill related fitness, because everybody is not having the speed, हर एक के पास नहीं होती है. So are therefore less changeable with the training. You can't change speed. When we talk about speed, you can't change the speed with the help of very little bit. Only the 20% you can improve the speed. So agility, balance, coordination, speed, power, reaction time. So if you want to do high level sports, you have to work on these dimensions, which is very important. Then as you know that nowadays childhood obesity has reached epidemic proportion in most part of the world, and children are eating more, exercising less. We know that the children's you know that they are spending too much time on television, using computers. Screen time is more and more screen time, and nowadays screen time more and more because of lack of this lockdown, this pandemic, COVID. Everybody is working on homework, home tuitions, everything. Even the classes, physical activity. I have seen the physical activities also doing gymnastics. That some coaches they are giving gymnastic coaching through online. So this is because of this, obesity has reached the epidemic portion. And this lack coupled with the poor dietary habits, and while seeing the screen, TV or watching, the children are eating more. And the parents are the main responsible for this, because they are encouraging the children because they want to busy themselves in some other work and their children are busy in this time. So the pictures is very clear that the obesity has reached the epidemic portion in most parts of the world. So it is a big problem for every country, not in India, is in every country. So this is the fact. 50% of the people who start an exercise program drop out within the first 6 months. This is very true. I have seen the people, they have motivated. When I lecture them, I motivated them. And after a few months, they drop out this idea of doing exercise regularly. So as you are eating regularly, you have to do regular physical activities, which is very important. Then in India, you see this mortality for the major communicable and non-communicable diseases in 2030, up to 2030. Now we can add the one more, this bar, COVID bar with this, that you see that cardiovascular diseases increase is huge number of because why? Who is responsible for this? The physical activity, the lack of physical activity is the main cause. That you are not doing physical activity, the cardiovascular diseases are there. So we are what we repeatedly do. So this is by Aristotle. So this is the sad reality of today. Some people, some parents encourage their kids to play, but most of the kids, the high percentage of the kids, they want to spend their time on the screen, which is the sad reality of today. So this is it takes about 3 months to change a behavior and 6 months to make it a habit. So it takes 3 months. You have to change your behavior. It's not that easy. And then if you 6 months, it will to make it a habit. So these are the stages of the change. You have to first, you're not ready to do any type of activity. First, you have to think about it. Why the physical activity is very important for me. Then go for the preparing for the action. What action you have to do. Then there is a time for taking action, implementation of your action. And then for doing regular training, maintaining a good thing for life. These are the stages. So you have to find a balance. The last lecture is about, I think, diet. Everything the participant, they have cleared about it. Calories in food is more and used is less, then you will definitely gain the weight. And then if the calorie is in the food is more and use is less, and weight loss, but the balance is there. If calorie intake and uptake both, then you have to go for the weight control. So making physical activity a part of your life, actually there are, that if you calculating 1,440 minutes in a day, you can schedule 30 of them for physical activities. You can, if you can, if you think about it, you can do it. You can do it. You can spare 30 minutes. Everybody can spare 30 minutes out of 1,440 minutes. So how this, when we talk about how this physical activity impacts, the evidence is growing and is more convincing than ever. People of all ages who are generally inactive can improve their health and well-being by becoming active at a moderate intensity on a regular basis. This is very important. You can, through moderate intensity, it helps in control weight, reduce feeling of depression and anxiety. Now due to this pandemic, that there is a feeling of depression and anxiety among the people, that we are not able to do outdoor activities. We are not, there is some restriction by the government. There is a restriction by our society, that there is a social distancing. So a lot of things are there. There is a feeling of depression. By doing physical activities, you can reduce this feeling. Helps build and maintain healthy bone muscle. Everybody knows it. These are the benefits. If you do regular your physical activity, you can do a lot of things. Then there are health risks of inactivity. A sedentary lifestyle is detrimental to health. Everybody knows it. Many of the leading cause of diseases and disabilities in our society, such as coronary heart disease, stroke, when we talk about stroke, obesity, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, stress, anxiety, osteoporosis, and low back pain, these are associated with physical inactivity. If you're fit, some people say that I'm very thin, I'm fit. But if you're not doing physical activity, definitely you will be able to face this low back pain in future, because you have to work. And if you're not, your postural muscles are not healthy enough, definitely you will be suffer from this low back pain, which is, so physical inactivity, there is a health risk of physical inactivity. So this is some type of the people, they say that my doctor told me to keep me in shape. So well, this is my shape and I'm keeping it. So let's getting started, starting your goal. So what will motivate you? Think about your reasons for exercising. Are your goal important enough to keep you motivated long term? Think about the short term and long term. How will you benefit from your fitness plan day to day, in a year, in a 5 year, in a 10 year? So you have to plan it. So there are the principles of training. These are the, when we talk about, these are the things we have to do, principles of the training methods. So one by one we'll go that. The principles of training, if you want to start the training program, you have to follow the principles of training, which is very important. So these are the, to train effectively, we must adopt the following: specificity, very important. Then progression, overload, reversibility, tedium. So when we talk about specificity, our training must be specific to the requirement of our chosen sports or activity. A sprinter could concentrate on speed rather than cardiovascular endurance. The same way, if you want to work on health-related fitness, you have to work on only health-related fitness. Don't go for the skill-related fitness program. So this is the principle of specificity. Then this progression, the principle of progression is very important. As we increase the amount of training, we must increase the stress of our body. In this way, our training will become progressively difficult. So the progression should be gradual to prevent injury. So we must ensure, we can ensure that progression during aerobic sessions by checking our pulse rate and having knowledge of our training threshold. If in a week, for example, if you're starting your training program today, after a week, you see that you check your pulse rate while doing training. If it goes up to 140, 150, and after 2 minutes, it comes to 120, means your recovery after 2 minutes, you come to the normal. And after 1 week of training, little bit of adaptation take place, and you feel that now the time reduces 140 to 120 is 1.5 minutes. It means gradually you are improving. So by checking your pulse rate and having knowledge of a training threshold, you can improve. You can do a lot of improvement in your training. So overload, to improve our fitness, we must overload. Overload is not bad for the body. Means that making them work harder than normal. Our body will then adapt to this extra load and will become fitter. So in the next coming slides, we'll discuss about the fit principles, which is very important. So reversibility is as a training increases fitness, so not training decreases fitness. This will happen only in 3 to 4 weeks. And the best example is injuries. If you are injured while doing any type of activities, or you are injured by fall down, so what you have done, your training. So fitness is not a permanent. So it is temporary. If you're doing fitness, then it will there. If you're not doing fitness, it is not everybody's cup of tea. You are doing fitness, you can maintain it. Okay. So tedium, this is another thing, is boredom. Tedium is boredom. The same type of the training, the same type. एक ही तरह की training we are doing, the same training. Every day, it will be a boredom. After some time, this is the main reason of dropout of physical activity. There are a lot of training methods. The varying training methods, we can also reduce the risk of overuse injuries. If you're doing same type of training every day, there is a risk of overuse injuries over there. So these are the overcoming the objections by a lot of people, that excuses that of not doing exercises. It's too early in the morning. It's too early in the morning for what? Not for the birds. Get up earlier. This is not an excuse that early morning you can't get up. You can get up. Everybody is getting up. You have to. If you want to make your health, you are fit, then you have to get up early. I just stated. Some people say that I just stated, because of that I can't do any type of exercise. So all the more reason for walk it off. After dinner, walk can be the best, especially with the family members. I'm too fat. Somebody says that I'm too fat. It's very अच्छा नहीं लगता है that मैं मोटा हूँ, मैं मोटी हूँ, man, and I'm going out there. लोग मुझे क्या कहेंगे? So you will weigh less if you keep exercising regularly. If you're doing regular exercise, you can weigh less. It's too cold during the winters. It's too cold. सर्दियाँ बहुत हैं भाई. जैसे रीना मैम के जयपुर में बहुत सर्दी पड़ती है. The people said that भाई ठंड है, एक्सरसाइज नहीं कर सकते भाई. There are warm clothes. Wear warm clothes. You can go out. You can do a lot of exercises. There are gyms. There are homes, which are most always heated. Nowadays, you have seen that modern gyms are heated. No problem with that. So it's too hot. Nowadays, the summer is going on. Exercise early and late in the day or exercise indoors. I doubt you could find a fitness centers without air conditioning in this day and age. Nowadays, the fitness center, because of pandemic, the gyms are closed. But still, early morning and late evening is the option for you people to do your regular exercises. So I feel like sitting. लोगों को ज्यादातर होता है कि मेरा यार दिल करता है कि मैं बैठा ही रहूं सारा दिन. So no, the more you sit, the more you want to sit. So get going. You have to get up. So I have only 20 minutes. Not only is that enough time, is far better than doing nothing. 20 minutes बहुत नहीं है कि मेरे पास तो टाइम ही नहीं है. Some people says कि मेरे पास टाइम ही नहीं है. This is, और इस पेडेमिक ने सबको सिखा दिया है भाई टाइम किसके पास नहीं है बताओ. सबके पास टाइम है. Everybody is free now. Although some are doing the work from home, but still you have a time. 20-30 minutes बहुत होते हैं अगर start करना चाहो तो. So I'm on vacation. So a lot of excuses by the people. I'm just written, I hate gun, I love shopping, I do this. So sometime people say that कि भाई a restaurant that I rather go to out to eat in a restaurant. So there is you can solve this problem. Then park your car a mile or two from your restaurant and walk there. 2 किलोमीटर पहले अपनी गाड़ी पार्क कर दो, वॉक करके रेस्टोरेंट तक जाओ, खाना खाने के बाद वॉक करके अपनी गाड़ी तक आओ. And we always, what we are doing in India, we are just parking in front of the restaurant. बिल्कुल उसके सामने लगानी है और स्पेशल कहकर पार्किंग वाले को कि सामने लगा दे, मुझे कहीं इधर उधर ना जाना पड़े. So these are the reasons, lot of reasons. So let's come to the point. So people who possesses higher level of skill related fitness, they will have an advantage in learning skills, new skills, which is, I'll give you the example of Michael Jordan. Had a coordination and agility. He had a very good coordination and agility. That helped him to learn the skills of basketball. Yes, if you have an edge, if you have ability of this skill related fitness, if you have ability, you can learn the skills very easily. So this is the formula. Everybody can calculate your target heart rate with the Corvian formula. In this formula, you see that 220 minus h, it will give you the maximum heart rate. And maximum heart rate, if you subtract your maximum heart rate from your resting heart rate actually some people are confusing with the resting heart rate. In the early morning, you can check your resting heart rate while lying in your bed. You can just check it from the pulse. Yes, कि भाई मेरी 1 मिनट में कितनी चल रही है पल्स जब आप सो के सुबह उठते हैं. That will give you the idea about resting heart rate. ये नहीं है कि अभी आप बैठे हैं और काम कर रहे हैं और साथ साथ बैठ के काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे गाने सुन रहे हैं, टीवी देख रहे हैं. That is not your resting heart rate. जब आप सो के उठते हैं तब चेक करें. So maximum heart rate minus your resting heart rate will give you the heart rate reserve. So heart rate reserve, when you multiply the heart rate reserve with the training intensity की भी आपने 70% of maximum पे करना है, 80% maximum पे करना है, कि 90% maximum करना, plus you can add your resting heart rate, it will give you the heart rate. Here is an example of 50-year-old man. His resting heart rate is 65 beats per minute, and who wants to train at 70% of his maximum. So 220 minus 50, it will give you 170 beat per per minute is the maximum heart rate, and heart rate reserve 170 minus 65, you will get a heart rate reserve. And when you multiply by 105 into 0.7, it's a 70% plus 65, it will give you 139 beats per minute. So the main idea is this person target heart rate works out as 139 beats per minute. So to create a zone, you might want to subtract that is 129 to 139 beats per minute. So everybody person can calculate with this formula, and don't go beyond that. If you go within this zone, definitely you will improve. And this is actually the target heart rate of different ages and various level of activities. You can see this here. If you want to moderate activities, only 40 to 70% of your heart rate. It is just you can भाई walk जब करते हो आप, छोटा छोटा काम करते हो बड़ी light intensity के साथ, तो आपकी जो heart rate है वो 120 से नीचे नीचे रहेगी. If you want to reduce your weight, ये ध्यान से सुनो बात, लोग कहते हैं हमारा weight कम नहीं होता है. It is related to your heart rate, target heart rate. If you go do your training between 120 to 140, definitely this is a weight management zone, and where you can work on 60 to 70% of maximum your heart rate. You can definitely reduce your weight. Now, if you want for the above 140, now it is for the sports persons, those who want to improve their aerobic activities, they can go up to 160 beats per minute. But beyond 200 beats per minute, it is a competitive training, 80 to 100% maximum heart rate. So this target heart rate zone is very important. So this is the FIT principle, which earlier I talked about. We can implement overload by adjusting the following elements of our training programs. Frequency means F. The first F of FIT is means frequency, how often we train in a week. Whether we are training 5 days a week, 6 days a week, or 7 days a week. And the intensity.
5 minutes more only.
Okay. Okay. I'll finish it in 5 minutes. No problem with that. So intensity, how hard our sessions are, the time, how long our sessions are, and what type we include in our sessions. So this is about the training sessions, how you can start. Everybody knows that the training sessions, when we talk about warm up, cool down, these are some stretching exercises to improve your flexibility. Everybody knows it, but still I'm on the screen. I can share these exercises, very important. See, these are the still stretching exercises, while after warm you can do these type of exercises. Stretching techniques are very important. Most of the people, they don't know how to do the stretching. So stretch to the point of tightness. Stretching is a specific only to the muscles you stretch. Avoid stretching joint and ligaments. Stretch slowly and under control. It is recommended to stretch 5 to 6 times per week. So every day you need stretching. So there is a myth about gaining muscle. This is earlier the Tomar sir, he giving the details about it. Still, the many students will want to consider that these are the shortcuts. So it is important to inform them that the most supplements do not work. Many are very dangerous. Very dangerous. So you have to be very careful while using these supplements. Then there are type of, that aerobic training is there. This slides actually review the general type of training that aerobic athletes perform. Distance running training is needed to build the aerobic base. The interval, actually the training is needed to improve the overall aerobic capacity, and the pace and the threshold training is needed to increase the anaerobic threshold. So this is a critical pace since it is usually closest to the race pace for the most most of the time. So sports specific, that sports specific training is there, triathlete. So aerobic performance requires good cardiovascular condition, but also specific conditioning in different sports. So the triathlete, that must train and prepare for their different sports. They are doing running, swimming on open water also. So overtraining syndromes are there. So while training, I think for health related fitness, these symptoms doesn't come, but only for the those who are doing very hard training, these symptoms occurs. So the treatment is rest. So I'm just now preventing injuries. Appropriate footwear is very important. And wear goggles to prevent eye injuries, and wear helmet while if you're doing bicycling riding. Most of the people, they are not wearing any helmet. लेकिन helmet जरूर लेना है. Yeah, this is very important. So this is the shoes, what type of shoes you can use in running, which is very important. So common overuse injuries जिनसे हमने बचना है while doing, आपने शुरू की है training, the plantar facilities, the shin splints, runners knees, these are the common thing which is actually you know that usually the plantar fasciitis, usually the pain is felt in the morning when the feet are cold. So stretching and ice can help you over there. So treatment, everybody is not rice. So exercising in the heat, nowadays the summer is going on. So three major type of heat stresses are there: heat cramp, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke. Heat cramp, actually the heat rated muscle cramps, the least serious problem, usually prevented by warm up and adequate fluid replacement, and a diet, you can say a diet that include the electrolytes, the lost during the sweating, the sodium and potassium. So when we talk about heat exhaustion, is caused actually by excessive water loss and resulting from prolonged exercise at work. So symptoms of heat exhaustions actually includes nausea, headache, fatigue, and faintness. So if you are suffering from heat exhaustion, your skin will be cool and moist because the body cooling system has flattened and circulation has slowed down. So, but heat stroke is often when we call about is called the sunstroke. So trigger a series of metabolic events. Nowadays, the heat stroke is going on. उधर इस वक्त होने के chances ज़्यादा हैं. Event that actually may result in irreversible injuries or death. Body core temperature can rise from the normal 98.6, you know, that to 105 Fahrenheit to 110 Fahrenheit. So within a minute after the body cooling mechanism shut down. So you have to be very careful while doing exercise in the hot. So in the cold, so sports nutrition already the Professor Dr. Rakesh Tomar had explained about it. So I'm just winding up my program. And now these are the core stabilization. Just see these exercises, which is very important for your core stabilization. We talk about planks. These are the exercises with the exercise. There's gym ball, very important. You can buy this gym ball and you can improve your core strength. So planks. So a lot of things with medicine ball also. So this is my last slide. I can talk on this. The pre-participation checklist is there. You can just write down that, has your doctor ever said that you have a heart problem? So all these checklists before starting your training, I just advise you people, you consult your physician or before beginning any exercise program. कई बार हमें पता नहीं होता कि हमें कोई problem है. So normally people go check, or even the sports person can also check this checklist, which is very important before starting any training regime. So these are the final tips for being more active. Park the car farther away from your destination. Take the stairs instead of elevators. Play with the children or the pet. Everybody wins over there. Take fitness breaks. Perform gardening, home repair activities. Nowadays, I think people are doing these type of activities. Exercise while TV watching, and keep a pair of comfortable walking and running shoes in your car and in office. So everywhere where you don't have any excuses of that, हमारे पास shoes नहीं है, कपड़े नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, गाड़ी के अंदर एक set जरूर रखो. So which is very important for you people. So just play, have fun, and enjoy the game. Thank you very much for listening and patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful presentation and on time. Thank you very much. And one question is there for you, sir.
Okay.
G.H.G, how many time overload is included in training every week? जुझार सिंह जी हैं हॉकी से, इनका जो
कि एवरी टाइम ओवरलोड जो है इंक्लूड, ओवरलोड का एवरी टाइम नहीं होता है. ओवरलोड देखो ओवरलोड अगर कहने का मतलब है कि हर वीक में हमने मॉनिटर करना है अपने ट्रेनिंग, उसको इंक्रीज करना है. जब व्हेन वी इंक्रीज ट्रेनिंग वॉल्यूम एंड इंटेंसिटी, तो ट्रेनिंग लोड बढ़ेगा. सो जुझार जी, आपने अगर ट्रेनिंग लोड को बढ़ाना है तो आपको ट्रेनिंग इंटेंसिटी और ट्रेनिंग जो आपकी वॉल्यूम है उसको बढ़ाओगे तब आपको वो जाके मिलेगा। लेकिन प्रिपरेटरी पीरियड में आपको पीरियडाइजेशन के बारे में नॉलेज होनी चाहिए। देयर इज अ साउंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स ट्रेनिंग प्रिंसिपल्स, देन ओनली यू कैन फॉलो दिस ओवरलोड प्रिंसिपल्स, देन ओनली यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड दिस।
Thank you very much, sir.
So,
Once again, thank you for organizing committee and congratulations for a wonderful webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Manoj.
ma'am. There is a one question more from Namrita Saini ji, Dr. Gurmeet ji. She want to ask that suggest some fitness program for common people. You know, those who are not sports person nowadays. You know, the pandemic is going on. So if you can suggest some valuable.
यस ओके ओके, अपनी एक बारी वो बंद कर लें जरा, माइक थोड़ी आवाज गूंज रही है, सारे माइक बंद कर लो, मैं बता देता हूँ। एक थैंक यू नमिता फॉर दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन। हर एक बंदे को पता होना चाहिए कि मैंने अपना ट्रेनिंग रजीम कैसे शुरू करना है। तो रजीम शुरू करने का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि आप पहले अपना चेकलिस्ट देखें कि आप कितनी फिट हैं, किस लेवल से आप स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। एक तो होता है कि आप 50% अपनी बता सकते हैं कि हमारी फिटनेस 50% लेवल तक फिट है हम, ठीक है। तो 50% से आपने ऊपर उठना है। कई 70% तक फिट है, उन्हें 70% से ऊपर उठना है। सो उसको पहले हमें अपनी जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि हम कितने फिट हैं। उसको चेक करने के लिए हम थोड़ा सा अपना भाग के देख लेते हैं कि भाई 1 मिनट भागो, 2 मिनट भागो, चेक भाई आपकी पल्स रेट कितनी गई है। तो चेक करके आपको लग रहा है कि मेरी पल्स रेट नॉर्मल है, 120 130 के बीच में जा रही है, मैं इजी भागने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ रही है, इजी वॉक करने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ रही है, यू कैन देन इंक्रीज योर ट्रेनिंग लोड एवरी वीक, बट डू वेराइटी ऑफ ट्रेनिंग थिंग्स। यू कैन डू one day you can do cycling, but before doing anything warm up is very important. हम वार्म अप नहीं करते हैं, बट साइकिलिंग करनी है, रनिंग करनी है, स्विमिंग आजकल बंद है, अच्छा फिर आपने वॉकिंग करनी है या आपने स्ट्रेचिंग करनी है, योगा करना है, तो आपने उसी तरह की क्लोथिंग भी पहननी है। साइकिल के ऊपर हम कई बार साइकिलिंग करने जाते हैं, साइकिल के कपड़े हमारे पास नहीं होते हैं, वो चेन में ही उलझे रहते हैं। कई बार मैंने देखा, आई हैव सीन नाउअडेज इन चंडीगढ़ लॉट ऑफ साइकिलिंग इज गोइंग ऑन, साइकिल नहीं मिल रहा है मार्केट में, लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर डूइंग साइकिलिंग, बट साइकिल चलाने के लिए उसकी हाइट, किस हाइट पे सीट हो आपकी, ताकि आपकी नी की फ्लेक्शन एक्सटेंशन, आपकी हिप की फ्लेक्शन प्रॉपर हो और उसका प्रॉपर आपको बेनिफिट मिले। पैर कैसे रखा जाए, दीज आर द थिंग्स। और आपने झुकना कितना है आगे, नहीं तो आपको बैक की प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। कई बार हमें नहीं पता, हम इन चीजों का ध्यान ही नहीं देते हैं। सो वी हैव टू वेरी केयरफुल, बट इंक्लूड वेराइटी ऑफ ट्रेनिंग थिंग्स। मैंने कुछ एक्सरसाइजेज आपको बताई थी, कोर स्टेबलाइजेशन की एक्सरसाइज अगर हम रोज शुरू कर दें तो डेफिनेटली वी विल इंप्रूव एंड यू कैन इंक्रीज द लोड। जैसे अभी एक हफ्ते आपने सपोज आप सिटअप्स के 20 या 30 रेपिटेशन लगा रहे हैं, अगले हफ्ते उसको 40 कर दें, नेक्स्ट वीक उसको 50 या 60 कर दें, जो नहीं ज्यादा हो पा रहे हैं 30 के 2 रेपिटेशन लगा दें। सो आपने इंक्रीज करना है वॉल्यूम एंड इंटेंसिटी। तो जब आप धीरे धीरे हर वीक में इंप्रूव करेंगे, आपको बॉडी आपकी चैलेंज बताएगी कि ये नॉर्मल लोड है मेरे लिए, अब ये मेरे लिए ओवरलोड है। देन in this way, in this principle, you can improve this definitely. So thank you very much for your question, Amita.
Hello sir. Sir, one last question we have. Sir, one of our participants want to ask that in this pandemic period, especially for sports person, is there good to go for heavy intensity workout or moderate intensity?
No heavy workout, heavy intensity. Because why not heavy intensity? Because no competition is in near future. दिसंबर तक कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है, तो मैं जितने सीरियस स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन है उनको कहूंगा कि वो मॉडरेट इंटेंसिटी तक ही अपने आप को मेंटेन रखें। हाई इंटेंसिटी पे वर्कआउट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, नहीं तो इतनी जल्दी आपने पीक फॉर्म लेके आगे करना क्या है, आपको दिसंबर तक कोई कंपटीशन नहीं मिलेगा नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल का। सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल। अभी आपको मौका मिला है, इट इज अ प्री-हैबिलिटेशन पीरियड, प्री कंडीशनिंग पीरियड, वर्किंग ऑन दोज मसल्स विच आर डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड टू योर गेम। अपने उन पे काम करें, उनकी न्यू स्किल्स, न्यू एक्सरसाइजेस सीखने पे काम करें, मास्टरी पे काम करने की कोशिश ना करें, सिर्फ इंप्रूव करें नई स्किल्स, और ज्यादा हाई इंटेंसिटी पे काम नहीं करना है अभी।
Thank you so much, Dr. Gurmeet, for joining us for a wonderful session on sports training. Thank you so much, and I would like to thank you, Dr. Reena, for chairing this session. Thank you so much. Now, for the next technical session, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Verma, Professor and Head Department of Physical Education, Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa. Her topic of presentation is effect of COVID-19 on mental health. For this session, our chairperson would be Dr. Neelam Sharma, Professor and COD, Department of Physical Education, Lovely Professional University. Ma'am Neelam Sharma have more than 20 years of teaching experience, and she has guided many PhD students and MPhil students, and she has more than 50 research papers to her credit. Dr. Neelam, on behalf of management committee, principal, organizing team, I welcome you, and I request you to give a formal introduction of our worthy speaker, Dr. Neelam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning, one and all present in online session on mental health and wellness. First of all, I'm very thankful to Professor Dr. Manohar Lal and his team for organizing such a wonderful conference during this time of pandemic and providing me opportunity to welcome our today's resource person. She need no introduction. In fact, she is storehouse of wisdom and epitome of success. Most of us must have guessed it right. She is none other than Professor Dr. Monica Verma, head of the department and chairperson, Department of Physical Education, Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa. Ma'am, indeed, it is a great honor for me to introduce a person like your stature to the august gathering for today's session. Dr. Burma has been handling various administrative as well as academic responsibilities as Dean of Education, Director of Distance Education, President of Sports Counseling, Chief Warden, Secretary Women Complaint Cell, Observer for NET and AIU, and many more. She has been member for more than 30 professional bodies. 16 plus students have already been completed PhD under her able guidance. She has authored 13 plus books, which is a great deal of light on physical education. It is really very tough for me to convey her vast achievements and success stories in words. Beyond all these achievements, in her credit, she is also a humble human being with active imagination. The presence of such personality in this conference is a blessing for all of us. I hope that all the participants are able to seek her guidance and imbibe maximum from her valuable thoughts. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time. Now, I would request you to take over the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neelam.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
very thankful to the G.H.G. Khalsa College to provide me this platform to express my views. Without a dynamic leader, I think it would not be possible. So I am extending my thanks to the principal of this esteemed college. And I am also thankful to the organizing team who has conducted this wonderful webinar and enlightened the whole world with the, after calling the gems of the profession. I would like my colleagues as a gems. And so I'm extending my thankful to Dr. Manohar Lal and Dr. Baljinder ji, and the whole team of this webinar. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Neelam for being chaired my lecture. So this is all with this. So is it audible to me? Should I start?
No, ma'am, it's
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Today I will going to uh, share my views on the effect of COVID-19 on mental health. Uh, this COVID-19, the fear, actually WHO called this fear as the phobia of COVID-19. So this is the present critical situation which the whole world is facing. So I think it will be more helpful for you, and some of the things uh, which are not shared by the public, or some of the rumors are in the local. So there are some myths regarding this. So I want to share my views regarding this. What is mental health? A state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. The mental health scenario in India, that 70 million people in the country of 1 billion population are affected with some form of mental illness. However, only 10% of them received psychiatric assistance, and much fewer than these have access to rehabilitation services, which is an important component in the treatment of mental illness. With this uneven gradual spread of COVID-19 and lack of emotional support, the need for mental health care is increased manifold, making it very challenging to bridge this rising gap. So, since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic and isolation effects from mental illness from the March till date, many countries have been reportedly increasing pressure on their population. Pandemic can be stressful. The COVID-19 virus pandemic may be stressful for the people, fear and anxiety about a few disease, and what would happen can be overwhelming and cause a strong emotional disturbance in adults and as well as in children. So, public health actions such as social distancing can make people feel isolated and lonely, and can increase stress and anxiety. However, these actions are necessary to reduce the spread of this virus, but due to social distancing, the stress increase day by day in the especially in the Indian culture. The social distancing may be considered as a punishment, like हमारे villages में हुक्का पानी बंद कर दो, कोई किसी से बात ना करे, it's sort of like a punishment. So as Indian society is closely knitted families, so they consider it as a punishment, and the lot of stress, anxiety and depression day by day increase in the society. So there is a fear and worry about your own health and the health of your loved one, your financial situation. Some of them lost their job, and temporarily they are not doing any job, or lost sport of services, changing in there are some of the people are changing the eating habits and sleeping, difficulty in sleeping and concentration, the chronicle health problem increase day by day and worse, and they are very much scared about to contact with their doctor, as the myth is there the hospital are more infected in comparative to home. Worsening mental condition and increase the use of tobacco and alcohol. There is a myth that alcohol can destroy the virus itself, but there is no evidence at all is available that it reduces the effect of this virus. And somehow the sanitizers are there, but doctor says that only 60% of infection is reduced by this sanitizer, but not the 100%. So if we consume alcohol, it will be very harmful for us. The coping with the stress in a healthy way. Keep informed, like listen the advisory of local administration, and update your knowledge with the WHO social medias and all. It Now the next is the have a routine, don't break your routine. Get up as usual. You are get up in the morning and go to the bed as usual. The same time, don't break it, and keep on personal hygiene. Eat healthy meals as regular time. Exercise regularly. Allot time for work and rest also. Make time for doing things you enjoy a lot, and minimize news spreading. Try to reduce how much you watch, read, and listen to news that can increase the anxiety level and pressure on your minds, and the the depression can be rise. Now the social connectivity is important. You can contact with your friends, families, and colleagues with the mobiles or the social media. Like these webinars are very fruitful. I can see so many colleagues' faces and the healthy they are. So it will give a pleasant mood and pleasant situation for an individual while interacting or connected with the society. Don't consume alcohol and drugs. I already told. Screen time, reduce your screen time. We all are maximum spending our time on the screen like this. Most of our students, for the students, the classroom work is from the virtual classes are going on, the online meetings are going on, the work from when we are doing the work from home, so lot of screen work is going on. So reduce it, we can reduce the time to see the Facebook, WhatsApp, and all that much we can minimize. The video games. Next is the video games. No doubt, the video game is the best relaxing and tempting, I can say, for someone. And these are also a harmful, can give a harmful effect on our health, like the vision problems and the long sitting problems. Type of problems are nowadays increased. Help others, it gives satisfaction to ourselves, like we can donate some money to somebody, financial help, we can give some food to anybody. It gives a big satisfaction to an individual that कि एक दिन में मैं किसी का एक काम आया, किसी के लायक परमात्मा ने बनाया, तो मुझे उसके लिए जरूर सहयोग करना चाहिए. Like this we can help and support health worker. We should not be allergic that they are more infected as they are doing their job, but they are the like the soldiers. They are protecting our society. They are doing their job best. So we rather we have to salute and support them. Now the next is the effect of COVID-19 fear. The effect of COVID-19 fear, like I already said you, the WHO consider it the COVID phobia. It is more in the study and the researches, and some of the evidences are available that women are more affected in comparative to men, as they are maybe they are more emotional, and they are very much concerned about their family. So they, in the data is available that women are more affected. And in comparison, now the next is the people with the pre-existing health issue are more scared and more but they are considering themselves in a more troublesome situation. Then we are already affected by the health problem. Now this COVID-19 is the next burden on us, and the पहला हमारा ही नंबर लगने वाला है, but it is not the it should not be the we can fight with it if the mentally we are strong, and we can fight with this with the strong willpower. People in the younger age group are found more effective. They feel isolated, and actually their routine work is disturbed. They are more energetic, and there is no space to I can say the energetic हैं, और वो अपनी एनर्जी कहाँ निकाले, they have not get any platform. So restriction is a burden for them, and the depression and stress and anxiety and is more found in the younger age people, and they feel that the suicidal case are more visible in this age group. Now, what is mental well-being? I am talking about the effects and this and all, that mental well-being is a necessity of this hour, and we have to think over it. All of my colleagues and more or less are talking about the physical energy. Some are talking about the nutritive values, the immunity power increase. But we have to the formula is that we have to the first thing is that we have to ready to accept the things. If the readiness is there, so mental well-being mentally we can be strong. So what is mental well-being? It is more than the absence of mental illness. It is more than feeling happiness. It is the ability to cope with the day-to-day stress of life, work productively, interact positively with others, and realize our own potential. अपने आप से बात करो, आप में सब कुछ available है. This is the main. There are some symptoms of this fear, like the phobia of COVID, the hot flashes, the frequency of hot flashes come out all of a sudden, गर्मी लगनी शुरू हो जाती है, excessive sweating. No doubt nowadays is the season of the climatical condition is not good. The humid is very much in the northern India. but the sweating on the palms and the underarms are increasing day by day. Stomach upset. The frequency of stomach upsetting in this period, I think majority of people are not taking food from the outside or the street food, or they are not allowed to go in the hotel and in any restaurant. But in spite of that, the stomach upset. What is the cause behind that? Only the fear is behind this. Without any work, we are feeling fatigue. थकावट बहुत होती है. So these are the symptoms of a fear. There are the mood swings. Sometimes I feel very happy and cheerful. Sometimes I feel very bad, and I thought there is no use of my life. If I am like a prisoner, I am living inside my house. But the sleeping disturbance is there, heart palpitation increase, eating disorders, hyper vigilant, and anger is increased day by day. Without any reason, the person become very angry. These are the few symptoms, but it can be differ. Some of but individual differences are there. So some of the symptoms can be present in any individual. Some, but it is not evenly. I cannot say that it is the whole symptoms are present in one individual. So next is, in short, recognizing the sign and symptom that anxiety, depression, and fear cause is harder now than ever. And it is difficult to figure out what is normal, what is not, where help can be best focused. Like this, मतलब somehow यहाँ कहने का है कि ये normally भी हमारे हो सकते हैं, but it could be possible it is due to the COVID-19. The big art to convert negative thoughts into positive thoughts. We have to work on it. The negative thoughts products the negative energy. If we are thinking about the positive, all things, we are taking all the situation as a positive. Economically, individual no doubt affected have, but uh, uh, खर्चा भी उसी हिसाब से थोड़ा कम है. Like the time हम अपनी फैमिली के साथ नहीं दे सकते. We are spending so many time with our family members, and I call frequently with my classmates, जिनसे बिल्कुल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद sometime नाता टूट थोड़ा गैप आ जाता है. So we have to think over positive, not on the negative part of this situation. Now, the ways to protect your mental health during this COVID-19. Limit the news and be careful what you read. There are so many fake news, and the rumors are keep on going on the WhatsApp. You can see on the Facebook, but the reality is far away from this. So something went wrong, I think.
नहीं मैम ठीक है, आप शुरू रखिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
I think किसी और की present.
Actually, Dr. Bal is sharing the screen. I think.
It's all right. So, the anxiety level you can see in the COVID-19. This is a practical thing. Please don't take otherwise, Dr. Bal. Just to normalize the situation. Ways to protect your mental health during this COVID-19. Limit the news and be careful what you read. Stay connected with the people. Nurture yourself. You please trying to do your hobbies nowadays. If you are interested in gardening, do gardening. If you are interested in writing poetry, you start writing. The hidden the talent, you have so many potential within, but the time is very you haven't has time for you. So trying to nurture yourself. maintain positivity within you and surrounding you. Make a laughter groups, laughter clubs. We can sit together on the telephone, or we can make a Zoom meeting, or we can make a group where the hilarious or the lighter mood type of activities are will going on. It will increase or boost your energy, and a new energy will be generated to fight with this COVID-19. Distancing from the negative thought, distancing from the negative emotions, distancing from the negative people. Yes, yoga is the best nowadays. We cannot do the outdoor activities, and yoga for the yoga very limited space is required. Some of our colleagues or friends, or what I want to, the temperament differences are there. Some are more energetic और बहुत overactively वो behave करते हैं. तो yoga एक शांति and the calmness, it provides the calmness to an individual. So the dancing and aerobic activities are there for them if they are not really interested in yoga. Meditation is very fruitful. It increase your concentration. It increase if there is any negative thoughts comes into your mind, so आने दो और जाने दो. If we stop it, so the rule of third law of Newton is applied over here. जिसको जितना रोकोगे उतना forcefully आपके ऊपर attack करेगा. So don't concentrate on these negative thoughts or the fear, on your anxiety, or otherwise if you keep on thinking on the negative, so you the day will come, you will be the part of a depression. So, and after depression, the person's there are lot of cases are there. The suicidal cases. Sushant is the example of it. Name, fame, and everything is with him. Only there are so many things. The negative thoughts उसके ऊपर ज़्यादा attack कर गए, and result is it. So suicidal is not the sole solution. And you have to fight with the situation. आपके पेरेंट्स का क्या कसूर था, आप क्यों ऐसा सोचते हैं. तो लाइक दिस आने दो. इट इज द हमने भी जो प्रॉब्लम चल रही है, लेट इट कम. जब होगा तब देखेंगे. देन प्राणायाम इज आल्सो द बेस्ट वे टू कोप अप विद दिस स्ट्रेस. जब भी फियर होता है, सबसे पहले हमारी ब्रीथ डिस्टर्ब होती है. तो ट्राई टू कंट्रोल योर ब्रीथ. जैसे थकावट हो, एंजाइटी लेवल हाई, तो डीप ब्रीथ लेते, मुसीबत टली. So like this, so we have to concentrate on our breathe and try to control on it. So I am not a person of yoga, but personally, by practicing this, I think that these are the best way to cope up with your stress. Now, 5 ways to well-being: contact, give, take notice, keep learning, be active. Why the 5 ways? Like physical health, we can all benefit from looking after our mental health. Research has indicated 5 simple things we can do. You can see on the footnote, it is evident from the Mental Health Foundation. When practicing regularly, the build and boost well-being, and often offer some protection from developing mental health problem. They are beneficial for everyone where you have mental health. Be active. Generally, physical activity every day is great for our body and mind. It can improve mental well-being and lowering rate of depression and anxiety. So outdoor activities are not possible nowadays. but we can do the physical activities like yoga and the mild exercises. Now, give your time, words, and presence. Carrying out act of kindness, whether small or large, can increase happiness, life satisfaction, and general sense of well-being. Take notice, paying more attention to the present moment, to your thoughts and feelings, and to the world around you. Boost your well-being. Building contacts with colleagues, friends, and others will support and enrich your everyday. It also builds a support network for when times get tough. Exploring new idea, seeking out new experience, sharpen your skills, positively stimulates the brain. Don't discriminate. Fear is a normal reaction in situation of uncertainty, but sometimes fear is expressed in ways which are harmful or hurtful to other people. Remember, be kind. Don't discriminate against people because of your fear of the spread of COVID-19. Don't discriminate against people who you think may have कोरोना वायरस ख्याल में कि है और उनसे शुरू हो जाते हैं. Don't discriminate against health worker deserve our respect and gratitude. Yes, do discrimination from the negative thought, negative emotion, negative news, negative individual, and with the negative environment. Be safe, keep others safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us on the various aspects of mental health and well-being during this time of pandemic COVID-19. Wellness matters because everything we do and every emotions we feel relate to our well-being. In turn, our well-being directly affects our actions and emotions. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful and fruitful session. Thank you so much.
Ma'am Neelam, Ma'am Monica, we have one query from Gurusar Singh. वो आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं. He want to ask that is there any impact of weather in coronavirus? Can the coronavirus disease be transmitted in hot and humid weather? Nowadays, you know, the monsoon season is going on. क्या कोरोना वायरस इसमें ज्यादा फैलता है क्या?
There is no evidences available for this that coronavirus can be can kill with the hot water. No doubt, in generally भी हम ठंड लग जाए तो हम गर्म पानी पीते हैं. और ये जो आयुर्वेदा का आजकल ये जो जितने भी टिप्स दिए जा रहे हैं वो सब जिंजर और ये अपना हल्दी और गर्म पानी ये सब एक प्रिकॉशन मेजर्स हैं, बट दीज आर नॉट द अल्टीमेट सॉल्यूशन for this COVID-19.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful talk and thanks for joining us. And I also thank Dr. Neelam Sharma for chairing this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we come to the last session of this international webinar that has been organized by G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar in collaboration with Physical Foundation of India. So, in the last session and in concluding session, we have Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal, Assistant Professor, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He is a research award recipient from UGC. The topic of His research is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian sports, physical activity and wellness. And I would also like to invite to chair this session Dr. Hari Singh, Assistant Professor of Department of Physical Education at PU Shimla. Dr. Hari Singh is working as an Assistant Director Physical Education and Youth Program since 2010. Dr. Hari Singh has, guided 3 PhD students, 34 MPhil students, and he published more than 25 research articles in national and international level. Dr. Hari Singh also a good sports person. He won gold medal in All India Inter-University in Judo. He is also a AIU observer. I welcome you, Dr. Hari Singh, on behalf of Management Committee of G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar. And I would like to introduce Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal from Guru Nanak Dev University. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gurusar sir. Good morning, one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank Khalsa College Ludhiana to conduct such a wonderful webinar. Especially, I would like to thank Dr. Manohar Lal, coordinator of this webinar, and Team Khalsa College Ludhiana. Very warm welcome to Dr. Baljinder Singh Wal, eminent speaker of this session, and welcome to the participants and delegates in this international webinar on health and wellness, relevance and importance during COVID-19. In this session, Dr. Baljinder Singh Wal will delegate on the topic, the impact of COVID-19 on Indian sports, physical activity, and wellness. It is my moral duty to introduce our eminent speaker of this session. We have with us Dr. Baljinder Singh Wal. Dr. Wal's life path can best be viewed as a distinctive kind of fusion of an academician and sports person par excellence. Dr. Wal is an educationist indeed in the world of physical education in India. He is the leading physical educationist who attains research award along with major and minor research projects by UGC, a statutory body of the Government of India. He is also a recipient of research projects for funding under RUSA 2.0. He is working as assistant professor in the Department of Physical Education at Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Sir, is I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, it's audible.
Yes, you are very much audible.
My voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Your voice is very much audible, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Slightly. Hello.
Audible, sir. Please carry on.
Am I audible, Dr. Noor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So once again,
My voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Your voice is audible, Dr. Bal, and your screen is visible to each and everyone.
Thank you.
Kindly इसको थोड़ा सा बंद रखेंगे. Okay. Once again, I will introduce Dr. Bal. Dr. Bal's life path can best be viewed as a distinctive kind of fusion of an academician and sports person par excellence. Dr. Baljinder Singh Wal is an educationist. Indeed, in the world of physical education in India, he is the leading physical educationist who attains research award along with major and minor projects by UGC statutory body of the Government of India. He is also recipient of research projects for funding under RUSA 2.0. Dr. Wal is presently working in the Department of Physical Education, teaching in Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Sir, once again, we welcome to you in this session. Before we will start this session, I would like to inform our participants and delegates that if you have any queries or questions related to the topic, you can drop your questions and queries in our chat box. We will take up your questions at the end of this session after the presentation has been done by our eminent speaker. So without taking much time, now I would like to invite Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal to share your views on your topic, please. Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal.
Thank you. Thank you once again. May I know my voice and screen is all good?
All good, sir. All set. Thank you.
Okay, so to start begin, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal, working at Department of Physical Education Teaching, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. I'm a recipient of both minor research project and major research project sanctioned by the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. I'm also a recipient of RA Research Award for the permanent faculty member under the age of 40 by the University Grants Commission, and currently I'm working on clinical investigations with Professor Julian Baker, who is a physiologist from University of West Scotland, and the area of investigation includes the physical characteristics of Indian and Scottish population of Indian descent. I feel obliged to express gratitude to the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Department of Physical Education, and organizing committee in particular of G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, Ludhiana, a renowned institute. An institute strive to cater to the educational, cultural, social, moral, and spiritual need of the youth of the rural area in particular and public in general, and to inspire them with the right spirit of service and sacrifice as taught and practiced by the Sikh Gurus, and thus to make them intelligent and useful citizens of the world with a universal outlook. Dear colleagues, it's a great saying in Vedic literature that gate shoko na kartavya, gate shoko na kartavya, bhavishnayam chintayan वर्तमान कालीन वित्यंती शरंत. महान बनने के सबके मार्ग भिन्न होते हैं, कुछ तो जीवन में प्रयास करते हैं और कुछ परपंच करते हैं. डियर कोलीग्स, जहां मोह होता है वहां संघर्ष होता ही है, और जहां संघर्ष होता है वहां पर विजय की आशा होती है, सफलता की आशा होती है. किंतु जीवन हो या युद्ध, विजय प्राप्त करने के लिए तीन शस्त्र बहुत ही अनिवार्य हैं, और वो तीन शस्त्र हैं धर्म, धैर्य और साहस. But I am a firm believer of a school of a thought with the ideology, philosophy and psychology which clearly reveals that एक जो शस्त्र है that is अवसर, opportunity, chance. अगर जीवन में अवसर ना हो तो धर्म गुप्त रहता है, साहस सुप्त रहता है और धैर्य लुप्त रहता है. इसीलिए अवसर का होना बहुत ही अनिवार्य है. So I thank you all again for giving me that offer, giving me the opportunity to express my deep sense of gratitude and happiness on this auspicious occasion to present before you the notion concerning the impact of coronavirus disease on sports, physical activity and wellness. It is a general notion. Sports is a major contributor to economic and social development. And when it comes to physical activity, many individuals are unable to actively participate in the regular individual or group supporting or physical activity outside their homes as far as the current context is concerned. And with special reference to wellness, lack of access to exercise and physical activity can also have mental health impacts, which compound stress or anxiety that many will experience in the face of isolation from normal social life. This is in context to the rationale of the notion of this investigation, with special reference to Indian and Punjab context. It is a well-known documentary evidences that as far as the high non-communicable disease prevalence is concerned, the situation in India is very critical. Non-communicable disease are estimated to account for 60%, 63% of all deaths in India. And with special reference to Punjab specific data, the highest prevalence of non-communicable disease risk factors in India, specifically the cardiovascular disease risk factors, diabetes, cancers, and lungs conditions. And you will be surprised, you will be surprised to know that physical inactivity and wrong dietary pattern is the fourth leading factor for whole global mortality. And we have a solution for this, and cost-effective preventive methods are also available globally. That is exercise interventions and dietary regulation as preventive and control measure of non-communicable disease risk factors. My dear colleagues, as far as the coronavirus disease COVID-19 is concerned, it is all evident that these coronavirus are a large family of virus which may cause illness in animals or humans. In humans, several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections ranging from a MERS, that is a Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, and SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. And most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease, that is COVID-19. COVID-19 is the infectious disease everybody knows, and most recently this new virus and disease were unknown before the outbreak began in Wuhan, China in December 2019, and COVID-19 is now a pandemic affecting many countries globally. People, as far as the literature concerning the coronavirus is concerned, it is all over, present everywhere. People can catch this COVID-19 from others who have the virus. The disease spreads primarily from person to person through small droplets from the nose or mouth, which are expelled when a person with COVID-19 coughs, sneezes, or speak. The droplets are relatively heavy, do not travel far and quickly, sink to the ground. People can catch this COVID-19 if they breathe in these droplets from a person infected with the virus. And this is why it is important to stay at least 1 or 2 meters away from others. These droplets can lead on objects and surface around the person, such as objects such as table, doorbolts, and handrails. People can become infected by touching this object or surface when touching their eyes, nose, or mouth. So World Health Organization have declared this is a pandemic condition, and this is a dashboard confirmed data of 13th July 2020, that how much is the confirmed cases of coronavirus and the death rate globally. These are some of the statistics is being available in the web also. And this is the situation by the World Health Organization, region-wise statistical data: Americans, Europe, Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, Africa, Western Pacific. And Indian situation is very much panic. These are some of the statistics of confirmed cases with special reference to yesterday's statistics of confirmed cases of coronavirus and deaths. So it is very important and very significant to understand, to discuss, to explore what exactly is the impact of this coronavirus disease on sports, physical activity, and wellness. My dear colleagues, when it comes to sports, the whole discourse is being classified into the 4 categories. One is health of the athletes, Olympics and Paralympics, global value of sports industry, and economic repercussions. Everybody knows health, it is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. So health of an athlete is very important, and everybody knows that this is for the very first time. Olympics and Paralympics, for the first time in the history of modern games, have been postponed and will be held in 2021. So there are many repercussions as far as the global values and economic repercussions are concerned. The impact of COVID-19 on sports, a background with special reference to sports. It is a major contributor to the economic and social development. Its role is well recognized by governments, including in the political declaration of 2030 agenda, which reflects on the contribution of sports make to the empowerment of women and of young people, individuals, and communities, as well as to the health, education, and social inclusion objectives. Taking not much of your time, I will directly come to the impact of COVID-19 on physical activity and well-being. So to start with, first of all, it is basically concluded and recommended that the COVID-19 pandemic has had and will continue to have very considerable effects on the sporting world, as well as on the physical and mental well-being of people around the world. The following recommendation seeks to both support the safe reopening of supporting events and tournaments following the pandemic, as well as to maximize the benefits that sports and physical activity can begin in the age of COVID-19 and its beyond. As far as the supportive events are concerned, with special reference to the condition of COVID-19, the government and intergovernment organizations may provide sports federation, clubs, and organizations around the world with guidance related to safety, health, labor, and other international standards and protocols that would apply to future sports events and related safe work conditions. This would allow all the stakeholders to work cooperatively as a team with the objective to address the current challenges and to facilitate future sports events that are safe and enjoyable for all. And when it comes to the professional sports ecosystem comprises of procedures, broadcasters, fans, businesses, owners, and players, among others, needs to find new and innovative solutions to migrate the negative effect of COVID-19 on the world of sports. These findings, it's a way to engage with fans in order to ensure safe sports events in the future while maintaining the safe workforce, creating new operating models and venue strategies. This is with context to the physical activity and wellness. The whole discourse is classified into the 5 broad categories. The very first categories includes the supportive physical activity, research and policy guidance, technical cooperation and capacity development, outreach and awareness raising, promoting positive social attitude and behavior. Government should work collaboratively with health and care services, schools and civil society organizations representing various social groups to support physical activity at home. And in addition to this, enhancing access to online resources to facilitate sports activities were available should be a key goal in order to maintain social distancing. However, low touch solutions must also be sought for those who currently lack access to the internet. When it comes to research and policy guidance, there is a United Nations system through its sports policy instruments and mechanism, such as the intergovernmental committees for physical activity and sports, as well as through its research and policy guidance, should support governments and other stakeholders to ensure effective recovery and reorientation of the sports sectors. And at the same time, it's very important strengthening the use of sports to achieve sustainable development and peace. It's very important. Scientific research and higher education will also be indispensable pillar to inform and orient future policies with special context to this COVID-19 condition in India as well as in abroad. The third category, I think Yasin Yazhani raised his hand. May I know, is there any queries?
No, sir. No, sir. It's by default. You can carry on, please.
Okay. So the third category includes technical cooperation and capacity development. It is very important. Governments as well as the United Nations entities and other key stakeholders should ensure the provision of capacity development and technical cooperation services to support the development and implementation of national policies and approaches for the best use of sports to advance health and well-being, particularly in the age of COVID-19, and when it reaches to overreach and awareness raising, government, United Nations and the supportive community, including the supportive education community, should disseminate World Health Organization and other guidance on individuals and collectively measure to counter the pandemic. These measures must be taken to reach communities and societies that have limited access to internet and social media, and that can be reached through cascading the sports education pyramid from the national, provincial, municipal level, from the national physical education perspective, and so on. The last and the very important domain of this impact of this physical activity on wellness includes this promoting positive social attitude and behavior. It's very important as far as this COVID condition is concerned. Sports education is a powerful means to foster physical fitness, mental health, well-being, as well as social attitude and behavior. While populations are locked down, international rights and values-based sports education instruments and tools, such as the International Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sports, the Quality Physical Education Policy Package and the value education through sports took it remain high relevant reference to ensure that many online physical activity modules that are being currently deployed comply with this gender equality, non-discrimination, safety and quality standards. Given the concern about the increasing spread of COVID-19, it is imperative that infection control and safety precautions be followed. Homestay is a fundamental safety step that can limit infection from spreading widely, but prolonged homestay can increase behavior that leads to inactivity and contribute to anxiety and depression, which in turn can lead to sedentary lifestyle known to result in a range of chronic health conditions. So it is recommended maintaining regular physical activity and routinely exercise in a safe home environment is an important safety for healthful living during this coronavirus crisis. These are some of the references. With these words, I once again thank you all for sparing your valuable time. इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं. And if there are any queries, it will be appreciated. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to express my deep sense of gratitude and happiness on this auspicious day. And with this word, I would like to sum up my feeling in the form of a couplet. जिंदगी के मंच का विस्तार होना चाहिए और बस के नाटक का सही किरदार. क्या विश्वकर्मी ही होते रहेंगे भव सागर से पार. पापियों के उत्थान का भी कोई समाधान होना चाहिए. कौरवों और पांडवों के द्रोह तो आज भी है, लेकिन हर महाभारत का सार गीता सार होना चाहिए. हर महाभारत का सार गीता सार होना चाहिए. This is a time for peace and prosperity. With these words, I sum up my discourse, the special reference to the impact of COVID-19 having an impact on physical activity, health and wellness. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bal, for your nice presentation. Sir, you explained about the impact of COVID-19 on Indian sports, physical activity and wellness in an elaborated manner. In this pandemic period, Corona influenced all of us very badly. Dr. Bal talked about one by one the term sports, physical activity and wellness. Sir, you mentioned about health cost, need of cost-effective method for prevention. You also explained about global situation and Indian situation of Corona. And in very simple manner, you relate physical activity and well-being. Dr. Bal quoted many examples how COVID-19 influenced Indian sports and physical education. Sir, it was a wonderful presentation. I hope our participants and delegates had acquired scientific knowledge through your deliberation. Sir, now we have some questions from our participants and delegates. So we will start this question answering session. There is one question from our participant, that is Arvind Upadhyay. Sir, first question is that how we motivate two parents for the fitness for his her child. Over to Baljinder Singh Bal, sir.
It will be appreciated if you could repeat the question. It's not audible. Kindly repeat.
Okay, sir. How we motivate two parents for the fitness of his her child.
Basically, when it comes to physical activity, everybody knows that this physical fitness variables are basically classified into two basic categories. One is health related physical fitness components and skill related physical fitness components. Health related physical fitness components include muscle strength, muscular endurance, flexibility, cardiovascular endurance and sports. Specific physical fitness components include this agility, speed, balance, flexibility and so on. So when it comes to the COVID-19 condition, it is a recommended protocol from the health organization that a sedentary and moderate intensity of activities recommendable at home in order to have a significant health benefits. That includes a brisk walking, jogging, climbing, and some layer activities like dancing on a song. So these are some of the recommended World Health Organization guidelines when it comes to physical fitness components, with special reference to children of varied age and to adolescent and adulthood.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Bal, there is one more question from the same participants, that what is the major difference between wellness and fitness?
Look, wellness and fitness. There are enormous school of thoughts which have classified the concept of wellness and fitness. When it comes to physical fitness, it is sum total of 5 motor abilities, namely strength, sport, endurance, flexibility, and coordinative abilities. These coordinative abilities and their complex forms are the basic prerequisite of motor action. For example, this includes the complex physical activities. And when it comes to the wellness, it is in many of the cases, physical activity and wellness is basically differentiated, and it has been used as a synonymous. But when it comes to wellness, it is an active process of becoming aware and making choices towards a healthy and fulfilling the life. It is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. When it comes to health and wellness, it is not merely an absence of disease. So physical activity is the sum total of 5 motor abilities, namely strength, speed, endurance, flexibility, and coordinative abilities, and their complex basic facts. And when it comes to wellness, it is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. So this is basically a prominent difference between physical activity and wellness.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more question from our participants. That is, what is the best age to start with by physical activities of any child?
Best age for?
Best age to start with physical activities of any child.
Okay. So the best age for selecting any sort of physical activity, the physical activity, as everybody knows, start with every age, that is child, adolescent, adulthood. But it's all depends upon the type of physical activity we are recommending. Whether, for example, activity of physical activity component that includes balance, or for example, neurocognitive factors like memory speed, acceleration ability, locomotor abilities is recommended at the age of, from the age of 2 years. But when it comes to some sort of the activities which include strength work, endurance, I personally believe, and I am a firm believer, that it should come after the age, after the stage of childhood will be the best recommended stage for having a physical activity of vigorous activity.
Okay, Dr. Val, thank you. I think one more question you should reply. That is athlete. Well, how sports person and athlete sustain their physical activity in their pandemic situation? Please throw some light on this issue.
Thing is, as far as this pandemic condition is concerned, everybody knows that it is a lockdown condition. As far as the outdoor resources are concerned, it is not recommended to perform physical activity. Having a social distancing is a major concern. But in order to maintain a good health in order to avoid stress and anxiety. Physical activity, individual can maintain good health as well as the physical activity components if he or she perform sedentary work. For example, some of the yogic exercises are concerned, yogic activity, yogic tasks are concerned with special reference to pranayam, or some sort of sedentary locomotor activities like walking, brisk walking, jogging, jumping, some sort of aerobic activities recommended in home or in the premise where social distancing is to be maintained.
Thank you, Dr. Bal. One more question. We will take this last question of this session.
Yes.
In this COVID-19 pandemic, what role should play sports federation and organizations?
Look, as far as the role of sports federations, sports organizations, sports councils are concerned, it is very important. As far as the Indian context is concerned, everybody knows earlier the tournaments like inter-college, inter-university, university sports are regularly being held at their appropriate time. But due to this lockdown period, all the activities are withheld. So it is the ethical and moral responsibility of the stakeholders, as the council or the sports federation or association is concerned, to have some sort of package with special reference to, as far as the e-learning is concerned, esports is to be enhanced in order to maintain some sort of physical activity. That SOP recommended protocol is to be suggested by these organizations, these councils, in order to maintain the basic physical activity level of the general population as well as of the athletes and athletes with elite potential excellence.
Thank you, Dr. Bal. I think there are no more questions. Because of our time constraint, we will stop here. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to express my special thanks to our speaker of this session, Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable and informative guidance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to Dr. Baljinder.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hari Singh Ji. I would like to thank on behalf of management committee and organizing team of G.H.G. Khalsa College, Dr. Baljinder Singh Bal has joined. He accepted our invitation. We are very much thankful to you, sir. And at the end, I also want to end up this session with one of the share, which was, frequently used by our eminent physical education and your guide, Dr. Ajmer Singh Ji, that मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती, अगर कोई मर्तबा चाहे कि दाना खाक में मिलकर गुलो गुलजार होता है. That is a tribute to Dr. Ajmer Singh Ji from my side, and thank you for joining us, Dr. Bal, and thank you, Dr. Hari Singh Ji, for chairing this session. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, with this, we have ended up with our technical sessions, and now this is the time for paper presentation. We have some, young budding researchers are with us. Those who want to, share their papers. So, first of all, I would like to Dr. Sunita. She will be the chairperson of this paper presenting session, and our first paper presenter will be Dr. Sandeep Shankar Ghosh. He is working as assistant professor in physical education, West Bengal. Dr. Sunita, over to you. Dr. Sunita.
Thank you, sir. Today, last session of our webinar, that is paper presentation session. And the first paper presenter is Dr. Sandeep Shankar Ghosh. He is going to present effect of practicing yoga on health factors of Bengali women. Over to you, sir. Dr. Sandeep Shankar Ghosh. Hello.
Sir, unmute. Please, Dr. Sandeep, unmute yourself.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Now I am presenting my screen, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, sir. You can carry on with this, and you are very much
Okay.
audible as well.
Okay, I am privileged and feeling fortunate to get the chance of delivering my speech in this prestigious webinar on health and wellness, relevance and importance during COVID-19, as organized by the IQAC and the Department of Physical Education, G.H.G. Khalsa College. And my heartiest thanks that extended to Dr. Manohar Lal for getting me the opportunity. And my topic is the effect of practicing yoga on the health factor of Bengali women. Myself, Dr. Sandeep Shankar Ghosh, an assistant professor, Department of Physical Education, Kalyani University, West Bengal. So now we are living in a cyber age. Various types of hypokinetic problems and hypokinetic health problems that we are suffering today because of the lack of movement and lack of the exercise. In the middle age, particularly the women, they basically engaged in the household activities. They are suffering various types of physical disorders, physical problems. I was interested to see whether there is any effect of yoga on that particular population. For doing so, I've selected this topic, and the purpose of my study was an attempt to investigate the effect of yoga on different human body parameters that are considered as health indicators. Thus, the purpose of the present study was to find out the effectiveness of practicing structured yogic training on BMI, that is body mass index, WHR, that is waist to hip ratio, the blood pressures, BP, and the resting heart rate, RHR, of the middle-aged Bengali women. For the purpose of the study, 30 middle-aged overweight female were selected as subject for the study from 2 districts of West Bengal, and their age was ranged from 40 to 48 years. They were divided into 2 equal groups, each consisted of 15. One is called experimental group and another is called control group. The experiment that have been intervened, that was basically few yogic exercises, particularly the asanas and few pranayamas. These are the yogic intervention that have been intervened on the Bengali woman: Surya Namaskar, Talasana, the Trikonasana, Sukhasana, Padasana, Paschimottanasana, Ardha Matsyendrasana, Vajrasana, Pavanmuktasana, Naukasana, Bhujangasana, Dhanurasana, Shavasana, Bhastika Pranayam, and few other pranayam like Anulom Vilom, etc. The experiments are intervened 5 days per week, and in each day it was 45 to 60 minutes. The variable that have been studied are basically 4. that is OS to hip ratio, body mass index, blood pressure, that is systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, and resting heart rate. All these parameters are measured by using standard tools and techniques. The statistics that have been used to analyze the data, that is mean and standard deviation, and the inferential statistics that is used is ANCOVA, analysis of covariance. The significance are set at 0.05 level, and all the calculations, statistical calculations, are done in Excel spreadsheet of Windows version 7 by own software that have been made by me. These are the descriptive statistics of the subject. The age, that is the mean value, is 43.42. The height 1.54 in meter, and the weight that was 62.33. Now come to the result. In the table 3, it is presented an analysis of covariance of BMI, that is body mass index. From the table, it is evident that the adjusted post-test mean at the very right side, the F value, the last value is 15.04, which is greater than the table value. That indicates that the BMI improved significantly. So through yoga, BMI improved significantly. The next table, that is table 4, from this table, we are saying that the value of the adjusted post-test mean is 1.12, which is not significant. That means the OS-T ratio are not improved significantly through yogic exercise. Now come to the next table. From this table, in table number 5, it is the analysis of covariance of systolic blood pressure. From this table, we are saying that the value of the adjusted post-test mean is 29.71, which is very, very greater than the required table value for significance. That means the systolic blood pressure has also been improved through the yogic intervention. Table number 6 is indicating the diastolic blood pressure, the analysis of covariance value, that is the F value of the adjusted post-test mean, that was 54.84, which is very, very greater than the required table value, indicating the significant improvement of the diastolic blood pressure also. And table number 7, that is indicating the analysis of covariance of the resting heart rate. From table 7, the F value, which is 4.22, which is also significant. That means the resting heart rate has also been increased or improved through yogic intervention. Now come to the discussion. In the present study, the analysis of data revealed that a significant improvement was observed in BMI, systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, and resting heart rate. But no significant improvement are observed in WHR of the middle-aged Bengali woman. The increased risk of hypokinetic disease associated with increasing BMI, WHR, or BP, the combinations of heart rate and the high BMI, WHR, BP level are associated with a substantially increased risk of developing hypokinetic disease. In the present study, as the yogic exercise schedule reduced the BMI, resting heart rate, and BP, it would be obviously reduce the risk of the hypokinetic disease. The findings of the study based on the resting heart rate, BMI, BP are generally in agreement with the previous study as conducted by Kamarthan Emar et al. Thus, the yogic schedule can be used as a therapeutic modality to control and to control the hypokinetic diseases. On the other hand, the WHR was not affected so much as expected by the researchers. Thus, it may be explained as possibly the asanas selected in the schedule are not effective for those variables. These findings is not in agreement with the study conducted by Manjunath S. et al. So, for that purpose, special type of yogasana on waist and hip region particularly that should be included in the program schedule, and that may appear an effective reduction of the WHR associated with the risk of hypokinetic disease. So in conclusion, the result suggests that practicing yogasana and pranayama improves BMI, blood pressure, and heart rate. Thus, practicing yogasana on a regular basis can be effective for maintaining good health. No significant improvement in WHR was observed, however, the mean value had reduced, which indicates that it may also be improved significantly if the yogic training be continued for a long period of time by the subjects. Thus, it can be suggested that the practicing yogic exercises for a long period of time benefited the health of the middle-aged Bengali woman. Thank you all. Be safe in this pandemic situation and always use hand wash, masks, and sanitizer. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. It was a very informative presentation. Now, I would like to call next paper presenter, Dr. Rakesh Malik, Deputy Director of Sports, Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is going to present on sports and lifestyle. Dr. Malik, over to you, sir.
Dr. Ghosh, kindly stop your screen sharing. Dr. Ghosh?
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to start my screen share first. Is it on the?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible and visible. Thank you so much. Please carry on.
My screen share, sir. Yes, slide is visible, sir?
Yes, sir, yes, very much visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Madam Sunita, Associate Professor in G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, and eminent gathering on this occasion of international webinar. As the organizer has given me only a few minutes to conclude my presentations, so I just want to show some slides to my August gathering. My title of presentation is Sports as a Lifestyle. As you all know that we all are sports person basically, and it belongs from the family of sports and physical education. We all have experienced the life of sports persons. So it is here we are. I'm going to show only few quotations which was said by some eminent personalities and eminent speakers in their life regarding the life sports as the lifestyles. So I just want to focus on those quotations. The first quotations as a sports is the life. The life of a sports person is not so easy, or I can say that one of the most difficult life on this planet. A sports person life, I am here to introduce you to a real life of a sports person. How a man sacrificed their whole life to their favorite sports or game, even though you know why to become a sports person is not so easy. Really, this quotations bring fire in our body that sports person's life is entirely different, unique. It's a life of sage basically. If he is involved in sports, he is what you call definitely stay away from the society in the professional sports careers. He is totally devoted for his sports. Is away from all types of abusing things in the society. It's really a different life which only a sports person can feel. So it is a really we all are unfortunate that we have lived this life, and this life is only a source of inspiration to everyone to cope up with this COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, you will come to know that's why what appears today to be a sacrifice will prove instead to be the greatest investment that you will ever make. As you all know that whatever we are today, it is not a merely to get an education or to to just to train, but it is a really a sacrifice of our whole life, a period of at least 10 to 15 years of a sacrifice away from the society, away from all the emotional factors. We are concluding, we are continuously working hard to get ourselves acclimatized to fit into our particular sport. This investment is really a great investment for all of us, and we want that this investment should be acclimatized or should be faced by every citizen of this country, so that they can be capable to face any type of this pandemic situation or COVID-19 type situations. Yeah, and this small one, how can sports change my life? We all know this, and we have to inculcate, being a teacher, being a educationist, being a coach, being a sports administrators, that we have to give this sportsman life to every citizen, so that they also can able to change their life in a positive sense, in a positive manner. Yes, it's very, very beautiful quotations. I hate every minute of the training, but said, do not quit, suffer now, and live the rest of your life as a champion. We all know that every minute of training, every second of training is so tiring, so hard. We cannot able to what you call due to straining, even we cannot able to sleep that at that time. But definitely, this hard training will give you a life of champion, and this life of champion will be only what do you call अपने महसूस कर सकते हैं, only the player. No other person can this feel this life as a life of champion. And this life is vary from level to level. Sometimes college athletes also feels like a champion, university life athletes also live as champions. It's totally life of sports person, which is entirely different. Yeah, this is some of the physiological, psychological, and emotional factors which sports provide us. Is a clear vision. I don't think that any persons who is more clear vision as compared to the sports persons. We are very clear, very enough fortunate, very enough dedicated, very enough devoted towards our vision, our goal, our complement strength. Apart from my education, our success, our hard work, this all gives you a successful life in your career, whether it's a sports career, whether it's a career in education, whether in any other platform. Yes, there may be people that have more talent than you, but there is no excuse for anyone to work harder than you. So, dear friends, you can tell your students, you can tell your children, there's no alternative of hard work. Luck may be fail sometimes, but the hard work which you have given in your life never goes waste. It's always pay you. It maybe give you some, the quantity may be some lesser, but it's definitely always give you 100% result in the course of life, future course of life. So this statement is very, very applicable to every person of the life. Yeah, if you train hard, you will not only be hard, you will be hard to beat everyone, everybody. First of all, you train your hard enough so that you can beat yourself. You have to beat your in what is called inbuilt problems, inbuilt in deficiency, inbuilt what is it, various other issues. If you train your hard enough, you will able to capable to overcome your own first. Then you can able to overcome the society or the other aspect of the life. Yes, I'm afraid to be a failure, then probably you are going to fail. If you are afraid from failure, you will definitely fail. But failure is a part of life. Never to be afraid from failure. Failures will definitely teach you to the future course of life, success of life. My mother taught me to be always be strong, work hard. She's been working hard her whole life for me and my brothers. It's a small message from my side to all the teachers, all the sports persons, all the part of this family, that never forgive the assistance, the help, the encouragement given by our corporate sectors, those who are cooperating us in our life, my father, mothers, brothers, sisters, colleagues, colleges, universities, all other institutions who are helping us in growing up. So we are should always thanks to them. There's some problem in this slide. Nobody has seen. Yeah, nobody has seen form. It is a state of mind where you're confident. It is about how you react, how you treat your mind. So things is that this all things, the success, the failure, the adoption of failures, the adoption of success, all is in your mind. How first you hit the opponent is determine your success. So sports always tell us how to react, how to behave in the life, be confident, be ready to face each and everyone. So the thing is that first you treat your mind, then your mind will treat your body automatically. Yeah, I have failed over and over and over again in my life, and that's is why I succeed. Michael Jordan, the great basketball players, say his whole life in his two sentences that failure is not stop you, but the failure definitely encourage you to become a successful player. There are so many other quotations also, but with the paucity of time, I just want to go on to the last slide, which is all my dear family members, my friends, my colleagues of education sports family, and that is the last slide which I'm going to. Yeah, this is the Makkah of all sports persons. This is a temple of sports persons, which everybody would like to gain. Everybody would like to reach there. Either maybe player, either maybe sports promoter, either maybe manager, either maybe a coach. This we have to salute this. And this five rings teach us, globed us in each aspect of the life. So we really salute these five rings. The last slide, that is, you are the only one who can limit your greatness. So my dear friends, be dependent on yourself only. You are the deciding factors who can decide how to live the life. And the sports is the only way which I think which provide you very encouraging fortunate life in the future course of this generation. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my some views with all the guests gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing motivational and informative information in shortest duration of time, as we are running short of time, sir. So
thank you very much, madam. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Now, the next speaker of the day is Dr. Thank you, sir. And the next speaker is Dr. Anshul Thapa. He is going to present on allocation of mental disorder for better mental health in COVID-19 era, a systematic review. Dr. Anshul Thapa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So first of all, let me share my screen with you all. Can you see my screen?
No, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Is there, sir?
Not, sir. Yes, now it's coming. Please wait for a few seconds, I think. Okay. Yes, it's very much visible, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Without wasting much of time, I will straightway start my presentation. The presentation which I am going to present today is, actually, this is a research work carried on by me and my colleague, Dr. Sushil Karta. We are working on a project. We are doing meta-analysis of mental disorders in pandemic. And during this process, we have undergone many literature and certain new mental disorders we have come across. So we felt that we must share these mental disorders with the professional colleagues. So on the basis of this, we prepared this presentation. First of all, the major concern today is whenever we face any pandemic, the worldwide response strategy to handle pandemic or epidemic involves infection control, strengthening of health system, and other disease containment strategy. Almost every government, they just focus on these areas. However, the most important and very crucial aspect, that is trauma and psychological damage to the individual and community during and even after the pandemic, is always overlooked. This aspect is always overlooked and we just ignore it. And the reason behind this is the weak healthcare infrastructure. Because of poor healthcare infrastructure, this aspect is always ignored. So here comes the role of physical educationist. We as a physical educationist has many things to contribute in this particular aspect. The detail of this I'll be sharing in the conclusion of my presentation in the last slide. Before I start the presentation, actually, I just want that there are certain definitions which are given by WHO that I must share with you also, that the direction of our presentation remain the same. Mental health defined by WHO, they says that mental health, an individual realize his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productivity, and able to make a contribution to his or her community. Apart from this, there is a definition given for mental disorder. This definition I just want that everybody must read, because whatsoever we have our understanding regarding mental disorder so far, it is generally basically related to abnormal thoughts and emotions. However, one more element has been added to the mental disorder, that is the behavioral aspect. Abnormal behavior are also related to mental disorder. So this we will be seeing in the coming slides, why I am focusing more in this particular definition. So before I move to the mental disorders, I just want to share certain facts related to COVID. As we all know, that is emerged in Wuhan somewhere in the mid-December 2019. Almost after 1 month, the World Health Organization tentatively named this new virus as the 2019 novel coronavirus. On 11th February 2020, the coronavirus study group of International Committee on Taxonomy of Virus named it as Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. Why 2? Because this SARS has been outbreak in previous year also. Actually, COVID-19 is the third known zoonotic coronavirus disease after SARS-1, which was observed in China in 2002, and after that, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome MERS in Saudi Arabia in 2012. So whatever I am going to discuss now, whatever mental disorders I will be talking about now, these mental disorders has been observed in these two corona outbreak, which were occurred in 2002 and 2012. So the first psychological the mental disorder which I will be discussing about is the psychophysiological stress. First of all, let me tell you that this psychophysiological stress is entirely different from the psychological stress which we studied or which we are focusing on, because that definition of psychological stress is only focus on the psychological aspect of stress, but the concept of social psychological stress covers psychological as well as physiological aspect of stress. The idea of psychophysiological stress was originated in mid 60s, and a lot many research has been going on this area. But recently in 2019, Allen and Jens, they have given a wonderful model of psychophysiological model of stress, which has studied both the component very thoroughly, and they concluded that this psychological model of stress, this psychophysiological stress is not only a disorder, but it is a disease. So based on that, I am considering this particular variable as a psychological disorder. And there is a study recently. This study was published in scientific report of Nature journal. It was published in 2019, and the finding of this research suggests that patients, those who were suffering from this disease, were treated isolatedly in isolated environment, and patient reported that the level of circulating cell-free genomic DNA and circulating cell-free mitochondrial DNA, these are the two DNAs which are indicator of psychological stress in human, have shown significantly delay in their normalization during the treatment as compared to the control group. So based on this finding, Kim and his team concluded that the medical isolation during Korean MERS outbreak has caused high level of psychophysical stress in the patient. The second psychological disorder which I will be focusing on is the functional neurological disorder. This is the disorder which is more of a biological nature, which is more we can see in the behavioral aspect of an individual. Functional neurological disorder is a medical condition in which there is a problem with the functioning of the nervous system and how the brain and body send or receive signals. Sign and symptoms vary depending on the time of functional neurological disorder, and many include specific patterns. These patterns are typically, this disorder affect our movement, our senses, such as ability to walk, swallow, or see or hear. Normally in layman, if I say, it is something when we are unable to coordinate with our brain. So this kind of disorder is also observed due to isolation and quarantine. I would like to share an example of this. I hope most of you must be knowing about Boston Marathon bombing, which has occurred in 2013. Actually, it was a terror attack in Boston. Why it is known as Boston Marathon bombing? Because the site or the center or epicenter where this bombing or this attack happened was very close to the place where the Boston Marathon finish point was established. So because it was very nearer to that point, because of that, the name was given to this attack was Boston Marathon bombing. So this attack was a terror attack, and because immediately after this attack, there was a long time and citywide isolation or quarantine was there. And during that period, again, research was conducted, and the research was conducted on the children, and the suggestion of that results are, the present study was conducted on the children, and results suggest that there is an increase in incidence of functional neurological symptom disorder after citywide lockdown following the Boston Marathon bombing. So this is the one reference, and there are some more studies I have gone through, which says that the functional neurological disorder is a result of isolation. Now, the next disorder is stigma and xenophobia. Stigma and xenophobia, these are the two different concepts. Stigma is something, in Hindi, it is known as kalank. Stigma is a mark of disgrace that set a person apart from others. See, we start neglecting or we start ignoring a person just because a person is having that particular disease. So that is the stigma. And again, WHO has listed this particular ability as a mental disorder. Xenophobia is a fear or hatred of stranger or foreigners. What will happen if we see a Chinese roaming around between us? So we start either fearing from him or start hating him. So this particular thing is again considered as a mental disorder. So there are again certain studies which supports the notion that yes, stigma and xenophobia are affecting our mental health, and because of that, WHO has recommended that these two could be mental disorders. Some more studies are there regarding stigma. Now, the next thing which I want to focus here is the role of social media. During quarantine and physical distancing, internet and the social media can be useful in reducing isolation and increasing opportunity to keep in contact with the family members, friends, co-workers at time. This is happening. We are involved in social media, but internet can also have a negative impact on mental health of most of the vulnerable people, such as those who live alone in the elderly, since it spread uncontrolled amount of information. Now, because of this social media, one new kind of
Anshul sir, please conclude in 2 minutes, sir.
Ma'am, okay, I will come to conclusion then.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So what I want to say here is whatever psychological disorder, mental disorder I have been discussing with you all, these disorders can be removed or can be overcome by physical activity. Physical activity is the only method, physical or mental activity is the only method through which these mental disorder can be removed. So this is the recommendation of WHO. They have classified different categories of age categories, and for each age category they have given separate activity and their intensity, their volume. Nicely they have given. I have just compiled those information and try to present through this table. Though I cannot read all the entire table because of the lack of time, you just go through it or take screenshot of it. And to conclude, I just want to say that be it a patient's family, caretaker, nurses, doctors, people of the nation, all above mentioned strata of any country are prone to experience mental disorder during and after pandemic. They need to be recovered from such trauma, and the only way to attain a mental health is a regular physical and mental activity. And I think now there is no need to tell me who is the person, who is the profession who can provide a good mental health, a good physical activity or good mental activity to the people of the nation. With this word, I would just like to thank for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we really apologize for short of time. We are just lacking.
It's okay, man.
Okay, it was a nice presentation, sir. Now, the next presenter of the session is Dr. Neeru Malik. She is Associate Professor in Dev Samaj College of Education, Sector 36B, Chandigarh. And she is going to present on women health and fitness, relevance and importance during COVID-19. Over to you, ma'am, Dr. Neeru Malik.
Of this
Neeru, ma'am.
Is my voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am, clear.
Okay. So first of all, let me congratulate team Gurusar Sadhar for successfully organizing this two-day international webinar. And
Thank you.
we are into the last leap of this webinar, and I have chosen the topic which no speaker have chosen, and this is a serious concern where we have women as a mother, as a wife, as a sister, as a teacher, as a mentor, as a friend, and as a nation builder. And nobody have given weightage to think about the area of concern is the ma'am, is my voice
Yes,
I
ma'am,
have
yes.
shared my slide.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am, it is
so
visible.
my topic is women health and wellness, relevance and importance in COVID-19. So as I have shown a picture where the woman is looking into the reflections into a mirror, and we can say a smile, and this shows that internal happiness, the feeling of fulfillment is very much visible. So this is all about a woman needs. So if I talk about what is health, the health is official term as physical educationist is, we all know that it is a complete state of mind. और सिंपल शब्दों में कहें कि अगर आपको कोई बीमारी नहीं है तो आप completely healthy हैं. But nowadays the diseases or the disorders in regard to the physical health, environmental, mental, social, emotional, and spiritual, sometimes are very silent. I think in a very short time, this definition needs to be modified, because nowadays we only come to know the cancer on fourth stage. There's kidney failure on the last stage, or there is a liver damage on the last stage. So there is a silent occurrence or damage to certain organs in our body, into our mind, into our thoughts. So we have to control this. And this pandemic has badly affected the health of all across the world, and it is a serious areas. So first I have defined what is health. Now I'm going to define what is wellness. Just say, like, we all know that the health has certain components. The wellness of a person also includes certain components. How social I am during lockdown, it was very essential to get mingled. Like while making a social distancing in your mind, we have to be very well aware about the social recognitions, social considerations, as well as social. So we have to keep in mind many things. So there were दीपक सर, इसको लेके जाना जरा साइड पे. So there are certain things. So the wellness of a person also includes on certain dimensions. How social I am. So social means I should give a smile to my neighbor next door, as well as I should give a equal smile to a vendor also. Nowadays in lockdown, they are the persons who kept you serving. सब्जी बेचने वाला आपके पास आ रहा है, कूड़ा देने वाला, कूड़ा लेने वाला आपके पास आ रहा है. इसके अलावा which facility was there which was not available during this lockdown? Government has made all the essentials, requisites available to us. Either that is a shopkeeper or that was a vendor, whether you was approaching them or they were approaching you. The distribution of the waste products are also well managed by the government as well as by the local councillors. So this is about socialization. You should, like, now we have seen people, uh, आप अछूतों के जैसा व्यवहार कर रहे हैं, जो आपसे कूड़ा लेने आ रहे हैं, आपको न्यूज़पेपर देने आ रहे हैं या आपको सब्जी बेचने आ रहे हैं. This should not be there. You should keep all the precautions, but you should express a social recognition and social dealing. Clear? Now, lockdown and the emotional wellness plays a significant role. जितनी इमोजीज आपके पास आती हैं, जैसे हम बोलते हैं ना कि स्माइली आ गई, उसी तरह से इफ देयर इज सैड मोजी which has been posted on the social media, it reflects your mind. अगर वो किसी भी तरह की मोजी है, your face expressions, or sometime you make a video call to your family or your friends, so out like आपका face देख के वो पहचान लेंगे whether you are happy, you are satisfied, you are in pain, or you are suffering with any illness, or there is something wrong, or you are getting abused. So this is how emotional competencies or emotional wellness is required. So it is our lifestyle, how we are going to accept ourselves and how we are going to accept the situation, which is which is a pandemic. It happens once a while, and unfortunate we are to face this pandemic. And but we have so many resources now, the technology we are making it we are getting friendly with it, and it is making us connected. So wellness is of individual pursuit, and we have self responsibility of our choices, behaviors, and lifestyle. But it is also significantly influenced by physical, social, cultural, and environmental in which we live. Chandigarh is a city beautiful, and we can see a very well managed platform here. But in regard to pandemic tackling in certain rural areas, there are certain myths going on. जैसे अभी मैंने हमारी न्यूज़ में आ रहा था, कहीं यूपी में ये बोल दिया कि जी कोरोना माई है, मतलब माता है, और वो आपसे नाराज है, अगर आप इसकी पूजा करेंगे कोरोना माई आप मतलब खुश हो जाएगी और वो चली जाएगी. तो वहाँ पे सब क्या किया कि सब लेडीज नदी के किनारे हैं, जेंट्स वहाँ पे खड़े हैं और माता की पूजा की जा रही है, मिठाई और फल चढ़ाए जा रहे हैं. ये मिठाइयाँ और फल अगर आप उन लोगों को सर्व करें जिनके पास नहीं है, या वो धूप में खड़े होके आपको सर्व कर रहे हैं, that would be much better than what you are doing. So we should be emotionally stable. We should accept the reality as it comes. Clear? And occupational. Here I want to put more emphasis, as those we are right now engaged on this platform attending this webinar. I'm sure that we are all teachers, coaches, trainers, or medical practitioners or psychologists. We are overburdened. Earlier, we were there at home to our family. We were there at our workplace for our institution. But now we are confused where we are. When we are at home, our whole concentration, whole attention, whole focus is on the college work. When we are sitting in front of the technology doing college work, our whole intentions are like, I have to do this work for kids. अरे बच्चों का ये रह गया, बच्चों की क्लास मिस हो रही है या कुछ हो रहा है. So this technology, this era of pandemic also made us confused, increased frustration, as well as the conflict of mind, conflict of thoughts, conflict of emotions, conflict in health. So this is.
Hello, ma'am.
हाँ जी sir.
Yes, it's all right now. Your voice was breaking before. Thank you.
Okay, is the voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am. It's very much clear now. Thank you. Thank
Okay, I will be taking another 3 to 4 minutes. So what do you mean by living? So it is a style of an individual, how we are going to live and how we are going to be physically, mentally, socially healthy. It is completely our choice. Either it is a lockdown or the open place. So side effects of women health. This coronavirus has spread across the world, and there are many medical practitioners. There are many agencies which are looking around the globe for a vaccine for getting a cure to it. But the other areas, there are certain areas of concerns. There is a severe area of concerns about the health, and one of the areas of health are related to the women health. So how women are overburdened, or how they are feeling stressed, how they are getting abused. So in the present scenario, in special reference to India, there are many cases. You might have read in the newspaper, you might have heard in the news that women are suffering lot many problems during this lockdown, and the fate of them is that they cannot express either in the social media, or they cannot go to the public servants, to the police, or to the other help. They cannot move to their parents' place uh, to have a safer side in case of physical abuse. So, according to the poll conducted, there are so many researches which have been conducted during this pandemic, and there are researches which show that women have gained 40% more weight as compared to the men, which was 22%. So this is not because of you are eating, but this is because of not many things, like if you are not having proper sleep, if you are not having proper diet, if you are so many thinking, and if you are getting abused, or if you are not satisfied with the life which you are going within the walls. Clear? Or how lockdown impacts women life. We have seen certain self tips for women at home. Clear? So what we can do is that we have to give time to ourselves to take care of. Clear? And how we can give time to ourselves. We are working in the kitchen, we are working, we are washing, we are मतलब आपको सफाई भी करना है, कपड़े भी धोना है, everything we are doing. But we are blessed on other side where we are not going for exercise, but they are physical exercise. But don't overload yourself. If you are fatigued after cooking, please take some rest, have some water, have proper meal, have some rest. And if you have to clean your house, again, if you are getting tired, just leave the things between. No guest is going to come. Your health is the priority. So, like in sports, we see three phases of periodization. The transitional period is the most important. Competition period comes before the transitional period, and the preparatory period is the first one. So we are prepared enough. Clear? Before the lockdown. Now lockdown is the competitive period. So it is how you are going to manage. You have to कहते हैं ना कंपटीशन पीरियड में रेस्ट, स्लीप एंड डाइट, तीन चीज़ों का आपकी जो है परफॉर्मेंस पे बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है. तो इन सेम वे this lockdown competition is going to affect if you are not going to manage your sleep, your diet, and your rest. Clear? Then this is certain pictures where you can see there are three generations where they are with the mask on their face, and they are in the house, and they say we feel depressed as their father and brother is in army, and they are all alone. So it is very difficult, and they are into a rural area, and it is very difficult for manage the livelihood. On another side, you can see that the whole family member and the father playing Ludo or other game, whereas mother is sitting. Why we are not active in participating in the activities? You know, this play brings smile. This play acts as a stress buster. It increases the emotional competencies, as moreover it strengthens the relationship between the family members. So you should be active in participating. And next, there is a picture where this old lady is embroidery, doing embroidery. So instead of getting stressed, you should find some areas which can act as a stress buster by giving you diversion. So you have to prepare yourself, and you have to say no
Sorry
to.
to disturb you. Please conclude, ma'am. Please conclude.
Okay, you should say no to fried food, and you should take high protein diet. You should take calcium and vitamin supplements because you are doing so many works at your home. Then you have to keep your body weight in balance, as well as you have to be very positive in your thoughts. and you have to exercise when you are cooking at home. मसाला बन रहा है, आप अपने हाथों की एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं. हम तो नॉर्मल भी सिखाते हैं, जितना आप अपने लिम्स को मूव कर सकते हैं, बेंडिंग कर सकते हैं, स्ट्रेचिंग कर सकते हैं. सो यू शुड be very active. Then take care of your mental health, which is very important. Just laugh, live, and you have to be very active, very positive. Do yoga, do pranayama, just watch laughing. मतलब जितना भी आप टॉम जेरी भी अगर आप कार्टून से कह सकते हो वो हंसो. So with this I all conclude that there is home, which is a complete shopping mall. The cooking range is available. The co-curricular activities platform is available. So please engage yourself into that activities which can provide you the physical, physiological, mental, spiritual, and social as well as emotional health to the best, because it has its relevance and it is very important to live a life with all dignity and health during the pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for seeking everybody's attention toward women health, fitness, and its importance.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, the next speaker is Mr. Parveer Singh. He is athletic NIS Patiala, and he is going to speak on influence of lower body maximum strength and power abilities on performance of women javelin thrower. किसी का माइक ऑन है? The next speaker, Mr. Parveer Singh.
Thank you,
Over
ma'am.
to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. My voice is audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good afternoon to everyone. So today's, I will not take much of time. I know that already we are short of time. So today's this international webinar is on health and wellness during this COVID-19 situation. My topic, because this topic is on the javelin throw performance, not related with the COVID-19. So my voice is audible, clear?
Yes, sir, very much audible.
Okay, thank you. So before I start this my topic, just I want to share a few points about because when we say health fitness, it has two tracks. One is related with the health fitness, which everybody needs, whether we coaches, teachers, or any age category. And the second track is performance related fitness, which our athletes are training for that to get high performance in a competition, in a given competition. Just before I start this my topic, I have conducted this study on Indian women javelin throws. All of them were national level or international level athletes. And I am in regular touch with them because national camp is going on in Patiala. So they are training very well, fine. But during this COVID-19 situation, the main point is for them, the main problem is motivational level, because just Dr. Neeru Malik mentioned about the periodization, competition period, and transition period. So because the athletes don't have target competition in future, nobody knows when the competition will start. So they are training, the athlete and the coaches are trying to maintain their motivation level. So with high performance related, motivation has become main problem. Otherwise, they are getting all the facility. So starting with my topic, influence of lower body maximum strength and power abilities on the performance of women javelin thrower. So javelin in the track and field, we know that there are 4 throwing events: shot, discus throw, shot put, discus throw, hammer, and javelin throw. Javelin throw is the only event which is having a very light implement also, and it is thrown from the approach run rather than from a circle. We are because shot, hammer, and discus, these are the event that throws from a circle and confined area. But a javelin thrower gets a approach run, and the weight of the implement for men is 800 gram, and for women is only 600 gram. So just I have shown you the photograph of our national record holder Anurani, and this is the photograph of Neeraj Chopra. And one thing I want to mention that this is the only event where India is holding world record in junior category. Yes, most of you already know that Neeraj Chopra is junior world record holder. It is a great achievement ever by any athlete. So performance in the athletic, in the javelin throw is very explosive, especially in the last, you can see in this figure. It is a very explosive in nature, and you have to throw only 800-gram javelin for men, and for women, which is my part of studies, only 600 gram. So studies in the past many years, decades have shown that the athletes who are having high level of strength are also good in the performance. So when it comes to the women javelin, the implement is very light. And we already know that we need strength, and most of the studies have been conducted on the strength and the power also. So there is a difference between strength and power. Power is the product of strength and speed. So when we say power, that means not only strength, you have to act fast also against time or with explosive manner. So in the past few years, many studies have been conducted with the relationship of performance with strength and power also. But only limited studies have been conducted on the contribution of lower body power to the performance. So now we want to investigate whether the lower body power also contribute to the throwing performance, or it is only the upper body or the torso. So in my methodology, I have collected that data of 15 national and international level women athletes. So I have conducted 4 tests. First one was the full squat, 1 repetition maximum, which tests the maximum strength. Second test was peak leg power. Usually, if you want to calculate peak leg power, you need a force platform. Of course, we are having at NIS Patiala also. It is a costly equipment, but if you want to test it in a field where you don't have force platform, so you can use this equation, Sayre's equation, where you need to test your athlete's vertical jump and body weight. You put it into the equation, it is also a valid test. Estimation is very close to the test conducted on the force platform. So I use this Sayre's equation. The third one was 30-meter sprint test. So these 3 variables wanted to find these are related with the lower body, and I wanted to find out the relationship, the 600-meter gram javelin performance. So this was the table first, which shows the mean and standard deviation of squat, peak leg power. Peak leg power is calculated into watts. So back squat in kilograms and sprint in seconds, javelin in meters. So coming to the actual my finding. So you can see this table 2. The peak leg power has a very significant correlation with the javelin performance, whereas squat and 30-meter don't show correlation with the performance of javelin throw. Whereas we know that strength contributes to the power of the performance and the power. So, so the reason is there is one term ESD, you can see here, ESD, explosive strength deficit. Actually, the nature of the javelin in which the final release is performed with a very quick action. In the 2017 World Championship, the biomechanical analysis shows that the finalist average release speed was 143.25 milliseconds. That means less than 0.15 seconds. And when we test the strength, we test the strength, whether it is squat or bench press, we test strength, but we are not taking account into the time. So in sports activity, explosive activities, time is also important. So this may be the reason that peak power has more significant relation with the javelin throw performance. Of course, strength will be contributing to the power, but the relationship is with power. Second thing is the 30-meter sprint test. Actually, a javelin throw runs with the javelin at a moderate speed, controlled speed, not all-out speed. So maybe this could be the one reason the 30-meter sprint test is not giving significant correlation. In the future, uh, we can test if we want to test sprint, we can test them for shorter distance. Maybe we can find more significant relation. And the second thing of this study was that the sample.
Parveer sir, sir, please conclude in 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, less than 1 minute. I am
Please, sir.
already
Yes,
on the
sir.
almost final.
Okay, sir.
So the shorter distances, the second point I was discussing, that the sample size was 15 subjects. Maybe with more subjects, we can get some more findings in the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. And sorry, sir, because we are lagging in time. So
know.
thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for
Welcome.
sharing your study. And the next speaker, now the last speaker of the day is Mr. Kapil Shetty. He is going to present on mental health and wellness.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes, Mr. Kapil Shetty.
Yeah.
5 minutes, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to one and all present in this international webinar. I am going to present my paper on mental health and wellness. The pandemic of COVID-19 has highly affected the whole world from every side. It has affected the world economically as well as socially. In each and every field, its effects can be seen. But the biggest loss occurred by it is harm to mental health of human. Mental health is base behind the social, economic, and physical health. COVID-19 has directly put a big effect on the mental health, which somewhere has resulted in positive way, but maximum in negative way. It has provided an opportunity for introspection and self-realization, but properly guided and mentally strong human knew how to manage the stress, but majority did not know it, which resulted in mental illness among them and ultimately resulted in physical and social health. The purpose of this paper is to make the people aware about the relevance of mental health for wellness of human being. Relevance of mental health. Mental health drives all other dimensions of health. The National Institute of Mental Health has a mantra, no health without mental health. So mental health is foundation of overall health. Mental wellness describes one how to live a happy and balanced life by adjusting oneself in the prevailing environment. Good mental health helps in managing social relationships. It enhances the capability of people to adjust themselves in the society. Good mental health is required to manage the condition of depression, anxiety, stress, memory loss, etc. What are the effects of COVID on mental health? The pandemic of COVID-19 has highly affected the mental health of human being. At first, it introduced the people with Mr. Lockdown. All the people except medical and emergency workers have to stay at home whether they want or not. It made them totally free from any job. There is a proverb, free mind is devil mind. Many had faced depression, but many smart and creative people used this time in some creative work. Labor class and other daily wage earning people were attacked by mental illness because they were in worry of family survival. They have lost their earning resources, but still many expenses were there. Some people who were having jobs but were being reduced salary were not able to meet their requirements. They employed their other family member into jobs. For example, we had seen many minor people between the age of 14 to 18 selling vegetables in lockdown. Mental health of students has also been affected to a great extent. They were given facility of online learning, but they were not able to fully utilize it. Many of them were not able to be a part of online learning. We have seen many suicide cases of students in this period who were unable to handle this stress. Job seekers and other youngsters have been mentally disturbed by the fear of not getting a job. Many employees have been fired from their job. Many have faced salary reduction. In this situation, it is a big challenge for a new entrant to get a job. How can we develop our mental health? Small things like exercising, eating a balanced and healthy meal, opening up to other people in your life, taking a break when you need to, remembering something you are grateful for, and getting a good night's sleep can be helpful in boosting your mental health. Explore your hobby. Hobby clear the way of learning. It results in something innovative or creative outcome. Issues related to mental health can impact different people in different ways. If you start to see changes in your overall happiness and relationship, there are always ways to get the support you want. Connect with other individuals, friends, and family. Reaching out and opening up to other people in your life can help provide emotional support. Talk to a professional. If you start to feel like your mental health is starting to impact you, it may be time to reach out for extra support. Millions of people worldwide do not receive the help they need and often overlook this extremely prevalent health issue. According to the data provided by National Alliance on Mental Illness, in a given year, 1 in 5 or 18.5% of American adults experience a mental illness. It is approximately 43.8 millions. To summarize, we can say that people have faced high mental stress and anxiety in this period. Their mental health has been highly disturbed by financial and social imbalances. But with the help and proper guidance, this disturbance can be removed. People need awareness about the importance of good mental health and how to develop it. They need introduction with their self potential and abilities. Good mental health is the key to overall health. It is equally important to all other aspects of healthy life. No doubt, COVID-19 has highly affected it, but with some simple steps, all the adverse effects can be converted into positive results. We have opportunity to create something new for ourselves as well as for the society. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizing team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapil Shetty. In the last technical session of two-day international webinar, 6 paper presenter has presented their paper on the behalf of G.H.G. Khalsa College and Department of Physical Education. I thanks all the presenter for sharing their valuable information in spite of shortest duration of time. Thank you one and all. Now I am handling over it to Valjinder. Dr. Valjinder, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. So this was a last session of the day, that is paper presenting session. So friends, we are, come to the end of this two-day international webinar. Now it's the time for valedictory address and vote of thanks. For valedictory address, I would like to invite Dr. Manohar Lal, Professor and Coordinator, Department of Physical Education, G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar. Dr. Manohar ji, over to you. Ji. Dr. Manohar, please unmute your mic.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir. Carry on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baljinder, sir. Good afternoon to all. Honorable dignitaries, respected eminent speakers, the session chairpersons, principal, head of the department, participant today. We all are saying that COVID-19 had impacted negatively to the whole world. We all believes, we all present, we all stressed, and we all concerned about this. One good thing I see that at present in valedictory sessions, there are more than 200% present. Perhaps if we conduct such valedictory session in physical, we cannot find more than 30 people. It shows that academicians, policymakers, researchers, they all are much concerned about the current topics and they have connected to it with heart and soul. These situations has come while life is at risk
I don't think that even a single person of this globe is not connected to these objectives. Wellness is an active process of becoming aware of and making choices toward a healthy and fulfilling life. Wellness is more than being from illness. It is a dynamic process of change and growth. So we keep raising issues that are relevant, urgent, and needs to be highlighted. This virtual 2 days online webinars on the theme health and wellness, relevance, importance during COVID-19 is another such effort. And I'm also thankful to our management and principal in helping to host this. We have respectively focusing on a range of issues around the virus, disease, possible treatment, nutrition, boosting immune system through natural products against infections, Ayurvedic practices, physical activities, yoga, meditation, wellness, integrated medicine approach, etc. And we will have had the extraordinary opportunity of the listening so many luminaries from the various walks of life on one platform, 2 from international and 6 from India. All the eminent speakers have discussed various important issues from yoga, physical activities, nutrition, exercise and immune systems, protein as a fascinating nutrients, personal fitness through exercise, effect of COVID-19 on mental health, effect of COVID-19 on physical activities, wellness. Through this platform, I also want to share one more thing. In future, we will going to organize a 2 days virtual webinar in month of November, in which we will invite the good research paper, in which some selected paper will be published in Scopus Index Journal and UGC Care List Journal. So at last, but not least, as we navigate this new normal, consider you how can you use your time mindfully. Maybe you decide to get back into a bold hobby or develop a new one. Whatever you decide, focus on the things you can do, contribute to your health and wellness. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Baljinder.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable valedictory address. Now it is the end of the session, and I would like to invite Professor Gurpreet Kaur, Vice Principal and HOD of Zoology Department, G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, for vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am Gurpreet. Yes, ma'am, you are audible now. Your
Thank
mic
you,
is on.
Dr. Baljinder. Good afternoon, all present online, attending the final session of webinar on health and wellness, relevance and importance during COVID-19, organized by IQAC and Department of Physical Education of G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, Ludhiana. In this very difficult time of pandemic COVID-19, there is a sudden change in lifestyle from very busy to confinement, which is causing a great deal of stress on human beings. In this scenario, keeping oneself physically and mentally healthy is of prime importance. The holding of this international webinar on the wellness theme is a relevant step to achieve the goal. For this, the organizing committee, supported by the principal and the management, deserves appreciation. On the first day of webinar, that is 13th July 2020, Lieutenant General Jagbir Singh Chima, Vice Chancellor, Punjab Sports University, Patiala, was the chief guest, and he presented keynote address. On behalf of management, we are thankful to the dignitary for giving his valuable time and starting the deliberations of the webinar. We are thankful to speakers of the first day, Dr. M.A. Rosita A. Harnani from Normal University, Cebu, Philippines, Dr. Gurdeep Singh from Delhi University, Dr. Sanjay Sharma from HP University, Shimla, and Dr. Nishant Singh Deol from Punjabi University, Patiala, for giving very interesting and informative talks on yoga, fitness and wellness, nutrition, exercise, and immunity. On the second day, Dr. Rakesh Tomar from King Fahd University, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Gurmeet Singh from PU Chandigarh, Dr. Monica Verma from Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa, and Dr. Baljinder Singh Pal from GNDU Amritsar shared their views on different aspects like fascinating nutrient, proteins, personal fitness, mental health and wellness, and impact of COVID-19 on Indian sports. I express our appreciation and gratitude to all these learned speakers for their scholarly discourses. All the technical sessions were chaired by eminent academicians, including Dr. Neeru Malak, Dr. Jashveer Singh, Dr. Amandeep Singh, Dr. Parveen Sharma, Dr. Rakesh Malik, Dr. Reena Punia, Dr. Neelam Sharma, Dr. Hari Singh, and Dr. Muhammad Salim Javed. We place on record our sincere thanks to all the scholars for helping us to conduct the sessions. We are also thankful to all the paper presenters for their very informative and well-presented papers. We gratefully acknowledge the blessings and wholehearted support of our college management in this endeavor. We are also thankful to technical staff and faculty members who worked tirelessly to make this webinar a grand success. We also appreciate the huge response of participants who actively participated throughout the webinar. Once again, I congratulate the organizing committee for the grand show. Last but not the least, we are thankful to media for covering the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Gurpreet ma'am, for motivating us always. So at the end of the day, I once again thank you to all, and especially to the eminent speakers, chairpersons who give their valuable time for successful conduct of this online international webinar. And I would like to request all the participants, delegates, please switch on your camera so we can click a group photograph. All the participants and delegates from different part of the globe, I humbly request you, please switch on your camera so we can, go for a group photograph for a wonderful memory with you people. I once again request some of delegates are still not sharing their beautiful faces. I request once again to all participants and delegates, kindly switch on your camera for a wonderful, memorable snap. Please bear us only for 1 minute. Actually, our technical team is working on that. Okay, thank you so much. So now, last but not the least, on my personal behalf and on behalf of college management, principal, organizers, delegates, participants, I would like to thank you one and all for successful completion of this international webinar that has been conducted by G.H.G. Khalsa College, Gurusar Sadhar, in collaboration with PEFI India. Thank you so much for joining us, and please don't forget to fill your feedback form so we can arrange certificate, all the certificate you on the time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ।
Hello, there is one announcement. Those participants who are live on YouTube, please wait. We are sharing feedback form in the YouTube.
Bye bye everyone. So can we leave now?
So, yeah, thank you, Neeru ma'am, for joining us. Thanks everyone. And for YouTube,
making up.
Thank you. Thank you. So YouTube participants, we are sharing feedback form on YouTube link as well. Thank you so much.
हाँ ये भी रेज एंड हो रहे हैं क्यों लेकिन
So it's once again, it is a humble request to the YouTubers, those who are not joined to this Zoom platform. We are sharing feedback form on YouTube, so please bear with us. This is a special announcement for YouTube participants, those who are joined us on YouTube. I think Zoom participants have received their feedback form. Okay, sir. So thank you so much for joining us. You can leave now. Thank you.